Hello students, reading a 150-page monthly magazine every month becomes a daunting task for many, isn't it? This happens only when we don't know how to read and what to read from the magazine. So students, to solve this issue, Vajiram and Ravi has brought you Recitals Plus, your structured syllabus-aligned current affairs program, wherein we just don't discuss current affairs articles but majorly focuses on utilizing these articles for our prelims as well as mains preparation. As a part of this endeavor, we have mapped relevant PYQs as well as the probable questions that can be expected from these current affairs articles. So in this session, we'll majorly focuses on understanding the essence of the article. Along with this, we'll be mapping the important value addition points that you guys can note down or use across your GS mains as well as the essay paper. So not wasting time anymore, let's quickly move to our session. So in this session, I'll be taking the first part of Recitals June edition 2026, wherein I'll be discussing the subjects such as social issues, polity and governance, international relations, science and technology, and the culture part. So the first subject that we would be discussing in this session is social issues, and the first article featured in the social issues section is titled as Patriarchal Preference for Male Child Continues. So this is an important article wherein we can be understanding or we can be experiencing this issue on a daily basis, many of them, but we need to, when it comes to writing an answer on this topic, we need to substantiate with the government data as well as the government legislation. So after reading this article, you will be getting the data as well as the government efforts regarding the female feticide as an issue. So what is the context of this article? The Supreme Court, while upholding the criminal proceedings against a Maharashtrian doctor under the Preconception Prenatal Diagnostic Techniques Act, which is also known as PC-PNDT Act 1994, emphasized that the patriarchal preference or son meta preference is a real issue in India despite improvement in the child sex ratio. So what is the alternative keyword that we can be using in the answers apart from the patriarchal preference for male child? That can be known as the son meta preference. So this is the keyword that has been used by or given by the Economic Survey official document, which also says the son meta preference is either the family goes for long number of or multiple child until they conceive a male child, or else they'll be going into into covert practices like the sex determination practice. So in order to address the issue of female feticide, the government primary or the principal legislation is PC-PNDT Act 1994. So when I'm telling that in India female feticide or female feticide is a major issue, I should be substantiating my answer with the data point as well. So this part of the article will help you to address the substantiation part. So in the last 2 decades, which is the data given from 1991 to 2011, we have noticed that India's child sex ratio has declined from 945 to 990. So this either can be written as a statement or else you can be showing as a bar diagram as well, like 1991 and 2011, 945 and 1919. So this is how we will be presenting in our answers. So let's understand the principal legislation in order to rectify the issue of female feticide in India. So that is about the PC-PNDT Act, which is, as the name itself is telling us, the Preconception and the Prenatal Diagnostic Techniques Act. So the technology such as the scanning technology was misused to understand or determine the sex, and it is leading to the female feticide issue which is noticed during the 1990s. So in this context, the regulation of the technology or the sex determination technology as the major agenda was proposed. So what is the objective of this act? Prohibition of sex selection. Sex selection bans on the use of technology for the sex selection, as well as it prevents the misuse of the technology, and the major objective is to promote equality of gender in the society, which is important, or which is a fundamental right given under Article 14, 15 and the Article 21. So in the later part of the section, this gives the provisions and this gives the analysis of the functioning of the Act, which is important for your mains portion. Let's understand what are the key provisions of the Act, which is the major provision, as the name is emphasizing, it is about the prohibition of sex determination and the selection using any technology, and it covers the preconception sex selection as well. So for example, if a couple is going for IVF, the couple cannot arbitrarily determine or demand that they want only male child as a part of the IVF process. So even the preconception sex selection is also covered under this Act, that we need to mark a point. And regulation of diagnostic techniques. So the technology can be used positively in order to determine only the congenital abnormalities of a child or of a fetus. Apart from this, the technology cannot be used to determine the sex of the fetus. And then informed consent. So written mandatory informed consent of the mother is compulsory for any process to be started. And then the registration of clinics. So the registration of clinics, be it the ultrasound clinics or the genetic laboratories or the counseling centers, need to be registered or must be registered with the state governments and the central government. And what is the institutional mechanism or proposed to implement this Act? They has established the central and the state supervisory boards to monitor, inspect and the enforcement of the legislation. And explicit advertisements related to sex determinations were banned. Also, the penalties for the violation of this Act is very huge in the terms, either they can provide or they can penalize you in terms of the imprisonment, fines or suspension of medical license is also possible under this Act. However, we have still noticed like this legislation is also almost enacted before 20 years. In the last 20 years, what is the major impact of this Act is still questionable on the paper. So what are the major challenges in the implementation of this Act and what should be the way forward is the major part that we would be concerned for writing a mains answer. So what are the major implementation challenges? The weak enforcement of the Act is one of the weak link. Enforcement part is one of the weak link in the implementation of the Act. Why we can say so? Delays in investigation, prosecution and the adjudication reduces the impact of the Act. When you give time to the family or to the doctor who is doing this malpractices, they find out a way out to come out of the prison or to come out of to prove them unguilty. And what is the institutional inertia? So the state advisory committees, which were majorly responsible for the implementation of this Act, often fail even to meet regularly, which impacts which hinders the implementation of this Act. And what are the monitoring gaps? There has been no very strict monitoring mechanism of all the regulatory clinics registered within the state. So which is allowing the behind the curtain sex selection practices in the state. And the major issue that is very difficult to correct is the societal mindset. Still, even today, the child or the male child is prioritized over a female child. So deep-rooted societal mindset is also one of the major issues in the implementation of the Act. And what should be the way forward? We can map the way forward points along with the challenges. So strict enforcement when there is a weak enforcement as an issue, and the comprehensive social reforms using persuasion or using advertisement has been proposed or can be proposed as a way forward in the social issues answers. Also, public awareness should be created regarding the implementation or regarding the provisions of the Act, so that the women can take the agency when there is a mishappening happening with them. So this is the principal Act regarding the gender equality or regarding the elimination or eradication of female feticide. And what is the parallel government policy or program which is being conducted by the Ministry of Child and Ministry of Women and Child Development Ministry as a part of increasing or promoting gender diversity or gender equality, that is Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. So this is the This is the principal policy or the program of the government to address the issue of the female feticide, as well as to improve the education parameters of the female child in the country. So apart from the legislation, if the question is majorly on the child feticide or the female feticide as an issue, you need to mention about the corresponding program as well. Most of the implementation challenges that we have seen in the implementation of Act also holds good in the implementation of the program as well. Let's see how a question can be asked on this topic. So that if it is, see, there is a two possibility of asking or using this topic in framing a question. First is the Indian society and second is the polity and governance. If they ask in Indian society, they can be asking as patriarchy continues to influence demographic trends in the India, examine its manifestations and the consequences. So this question is also inspired from the PYQ. On a similar basis, the PYQ has been that one of the richest or high income generating areas of the geography locations of the country has been performing worse in terms of child sex ratio, and what are the reasons for this phenomena. So on a similar basis, they can also ask about what is the demographic trends in India overall and what are the causes of the demographic trends and the implications. And when you need to examine the manifestations and the consequences, you need to discuss about the female feticide and the implementation challenges of the Act as a major body of this question. So how we would be discussing this question in the introduction to show what is the skewed demographic pattern in terms of sex ratio. You can use this data point as the introduction, and in the body, in terms of discussing the manifestations, female feticide, you can use a life cycle approach as in your mains body answer. For example, female feticide is an issue. If female feticide is escaped by the child, then inadequate nutrition can be an issue, and then inadequate schooling opportunities can be an issue, and dropout at the middle school is an issue. So using this life cycle approach, you can discuss about the manifestations and the consequences. And when the keyword itself is examined, so you need to say the government implementation, the government programs or the policies regarding this skewed demographic trends as well. And let's say if it is asked as a polity based question, then the question can look more or so like a policy-based implementation challenges and how effective is the policy proposed to address this issue. The persistence of female feticide despite decades of legislation highlights the limits of legal reform in addressing social prejudice. Critically examine. So this question is meant to ask you like how effective as a law in addressing the deep-rooted societal prejudices. We will admit that to address the societal prejudices, we need to start with the way forward components that is given in this article, such as the public awareness component or the comprehensive social reform. However, there should be the policy of carrot and stick, wherein carrot should be the public awareness component or the social reform component. The stick policy should be the stick represents the tougher laws to address this issue in the society. So on a balanced note, you will be concluding that both of the policies, like the measures to address the societal concerns as well as the measures to impose strict punishments on the offenders, is equally important. That's how you should be concluding this question. So moving to the next article, which is about cough syrup filling the alcohol void in Bihar. This is an interesting article. Probably we may not expect a direct question from either the prelims or the mains. We need to see how the legal infrastructure is available or what is the legal architecture available in discussing the abusive substances or substance abuse in the country. So what is the context? The strict, we know that there are two states currently in India, the Gujarat and the Bihar, wherein the total prohibition is being implemented from 2016. So this has driven youth and the rural communities towards cheaper, highly addictive pharmaceutical opioids, which is kind of a which can be replaced with the alcohol, which is used as a replacement for the alcohol, like codeine-based cough syrups, resulting in its legal trade and burden police, hospitals, and the de-addiction centers. So this opioid also is also used as a substitute for the alcohol. So this is the context of the article. Though we may not expect a direct prelims or the mains based question, this article or the content of this article gives you a good glimpse when it is asked as a case study, ethics case study. See, prohibition is an important societal theme. So these are like attitude, behavioral link component issue, attitude behavior link component issue, which is very important topic in GS4. So this article gives us, as in if the same issue has been discussed as a case study, how we need to propose our short term, long term, as well as the policy measures for the as a public servant or as a civil or as a administrator in the located in the district. So this case study should be used from the ethics perspective. So let's understand what is this codeine. It is a natural opioid derived from the opium poppy. So this is a psychotropic substances which is used as a substitute for the alcohol. And what is the related legal and the jurisdictional framework to address this issue? This is very important that we would be marking down. As a part of the constitutional mandate, Article 47, which is a DPSP, Directive Principle of State Policy, imposes an obligation on the state to maintain or to bring about the prohibition on consumption except for the medical purposes of the intoxicating drinks. So it is a mandatory or it is an obligation on the state to reduce the consumption of the intoxicating drinks in the country. And what is the legal mechanism available, or what is the primary law which is available to address this issue? The major law is the Narcotics, Drugs and the Psychotropics NDPS Act 1985. So this is the central legislation which handles the narcotics in the country. So even this issue, if they ask you what are the legal measures that can be taken against the offenders or against the pharmacies, this is the act under which the police would be acting upon against the offenders. And what is the other act? The Drugs and the Cosmetics Act 1940. So what is this Drugs and Cosmetics Act? It regulates or it schedules the drugs which can be available as a over-the-counter drugs, or which monetizes or which categorizes as a scheduled drugs which can be available only with the prescription. So this Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940 regulates the import, manufacture, distribution and the sale of the drugs in the country. And the special legislation which is implemented in the state is Bihar Prohibition and the Excise Act 2016. So these are the primary two important laws that we need to be remembering whenever the question comes on the psychotropic substance or the substance abuse as the theme of the question. And what is the judicial stand? The Patna High Court has upheld the total prohibition in the country, in the state. And what is the impact of the crisis? This can be the pointers that we would be using in the case study. So what are the governance and the policy challenges, unintended consequences? So what happened is, when you prohibited or when there is a total prohibition of alcohol in the state, suddenly the spike of the import or the usage of cough syrups has been noticed. And this cough syrup, which is usually the over the top counter medicine which can be easily accessed from the pharmacies, has become a major governance issue or the major implementation challenge for the government or for the police as an agency to address this challenge. And what is the regulatory arbitrage? Weak pharmacy oversight. There is no agency which mandates or which regulates the businesses of every pharmacy, as in what are they selling to the consumers. So this is also allowing the substance abuse in the state. And what is the healthcare dilemma? Strict bans risk denying affordable essential palliative care to patients with severe respiratory conditions. Since the cough is one of the major common issue also, if you impose a height or tight hand-holding measure on this, like strict banning of the cough syrup as a over-the-top counter medicine, it can imply or it can lead to unwarranted consequences for the genuine patients who require that medicine. So these are the major issues in addressing or major challenges in the addressing this issue. And what are the socio-economic dimensions? These are the long-term causes for any substance issue, be it the illegal market of the cough syrup or any substance issue. This would be generally the long-term consequences or the major consequences. What would be unemployment, rural poverty, and lack of quality education or awareness. So these are the major issues due to which the youth are diverting towards the substance abuse. And what should be the way forward? These would be the short-term, long-term solutions that you would be proposing. Tech-driven supply chains. So since the technology can be used positively to monitor the pharmacies and to monitor the drugs imported into the country or manufactured into the country and till the end user customer. And enhanced institutional capacity, strengthen the anti-narcotics task force through improved intelligence and the coordination. So this is the article. This is all about the article. Moving to the next one, which is about, are herbal cigarettes really a healthy alternative? This is also an interesting article. Some of the major companies or some of the private companies are proposing the herbal cigarettes as an alternative to nicotine based normal cigarettes. So in this article we would be analyzing how effective are these herbal cigarettes. And what are the herbal cigarettes? As the name suggests, they are tobacco-free smoking products, usually filled with herbs and the dried flowers as the filler material. And are they gaining popularity? Yes. The propaganda or the marketing team of the private companies are projecting these products as a midway step or a cessation aid to help the users transition from the help the users to move away from the nicotine based normal cigarettes. And the coolness factor to attract the youth or to attract the first time users, they are projecting this product as a cool product that even the youth can be using it. And what is major issue? Accessibility, which is commonly available or which is freely available without any regulation on the e-commerce platforms. And celebrity endorsement, this is also an ethical issue. This celebrity endorsement can motivate few of the people in trying these products. And so what is the key finding of this study? Instead of what is being claimed about these products, the study has found that even the herbal cigarettes causes a major damage to the lungs and the health of the user. So what is it? Higher oxidative potential. So this higher herbal cigarettes causes more inflammation and tissue damage than the tobacco. So the study has noticed that it is causing more inflammation and the tissue damage. And severe particulate pollution, since the filler material is the herbs and the dried flowers, it generates a lot of particulate pollution compared to the normal cigarettes, which is depositing in the user body. And deceptive safety claims, though they don't have the high levels of nicotine, however other hazardous composition pollutants like carbon monoxide and black carbon still deteriorates or still impacts the health of the user in a negative way. So these are the key findings of the society. And how should be addressing this issue? Since it is at the budding stage, since this idea is at the budding stage, the government needs to take a stricter approach in advertising or in accessibility of the herbal cigarettes in the market. So expand the regulatory scope. We need to bring the herbal cigarettes into the narcotics regulatory scope as well, and ban deceptive marketing. Important, the consumer CCPA, the Consumer Rights Protection Authority, is the one which deals with this deceptive marketing. So this awareness programs need to be promoted against the impacts of the herbal cigarettes, and public awareness and the scientific research. So this is overall about the topic. Even this topic or the basis or the essence of this topic can be used to frame a case study in the ethics GS4. So while after reading the case study or after reading this article, identify the ethical issues from this case. So what are the ethical issues? The problems that we have noticed while reading the article is the ethical issue. So what is ethical issue? Deceptive marketing is ethical issue. Easily accessibility is ethical issue. Lack of conclusive evidence about the safety of the herbal cigarettes can be an ethical issue. So while reading an important or complicated articles, try understanding what are the ethical issues and mark them down. Also, you can start noting down the stakeholders from the given case study. So these two things or these two steps will help you to write a very good case study when you are attempting the GS4 papers. Moving to the next article, which is about urban fire risk in India. So the institutional or infrastructural safety is one of the important issue or one of the important theme that India is handling. For example, if most of the students can correlate to the ORN accident that has been ORN flooding accident that has took the lives of the students. In a similar way, the urban fire incident which happened in Lucknow took away the life of or costed away the life of at least 15 students in the Lucknow. So what is the context? 15 students were killed in a massive fire when it broke out of a building housing as a coaching center in the Lucknow. So the residential buildings were misused as or were used as a coaching centers, illegal coaching centers, which resulted into the urban fire accident and which costed 15 lives of the students. So this overall, these incidents reflects the infrastructural safety as a theme or institutional deficiency in monitoring these illegal activities as a theme. So even this question can be asked either as a disaster management question or as an ethics based case study, wherein you need to identify what are the major lacuna in monitoring these illegal activities and what should be the solutions to address this activity. So after reading this article, you should be fairly understanding as in what needs to be done in this case. So the how we can be defining as an urban fire risk as a definition. So if you have to write a question on this urban fire risk, you can start with the NDMA based definition. So how NDMA defines urban fire? It defines it as the human-induced disaster. So human-induced disaster because the regulations were misused because the residential components or the residential buildings were misused as the coaching centers. So these fire accidents are majorly human-based errors only. So what are the related facts and the data? Fire is major global hazard, and as far as the vulnerability is concerned, according to NCRB, National Crime Records Bureau data, NCRB data, more than 60 of the fire related deaths happens in the residential structures. So this is an overwhelming data because it's more than 50% of the fire accidents in India is happening in the residential complexes only. So monitoring residential structures becomes a very important to address this issue. And what are the commercial hotspots? In non-residential sectors, hospitals, congested commercial centers or shopping complexes will be the hotspot for these fire accidents. And what is the major capacity deficit issue? The Home Minister itself acknowledged that there is a considerable gap in the monitoring capacity or the operational capacity of the fire department and the other emergency services across India's cities. So which leads to the mortality rate or which leads to increase in the mortality rate in case of the incidents. And to address this, 15th Finance Commission has given or recommended 5,000 crore for modernizing and strengthening the fire services. So these pointers can be used as a government steps or the way for steps. And what is the institutional and the constitutional framework to deal with this fire incident? It is fire services is basically a state subject. However, in the ground level, it is the primary execution or the responsibility lies with the urban municipal bodies or the panchayat system. So it is a municipal function. It is rated as a municipal function on which the primary responsibility is is with the municipal body. And what is the central advisory role? The center usually provides the advisory recommendations to the state governments. Ultimately, the fire services is with the state government only. Let's see if it is asked as a disaster management question, how the question can look like. Urban fires are increasingly emerging as a major human-induced disaster in India. Examine the reasons for rising urban fire incidents and suggest a way forward policy. So when you are exploring the reasons, you need to start with urban planning as a reason, and then the misuse of residential buildings for coaching industries and the lack of monitoring, weak enforcement of the law. All these pointers can be used as the reasons. And while discussing the risk reduction strategy, comprehensive risk reduction strategy, you need to discuss with the constitutional. You need to discuss from the constitutional mandate itself. So when the fire or fire services is primarily the responsibility of the municipal bodies, you need to fund the municipal bodies or equip the municipal bodies with funds, functions and the functionaries. So all these basic challenges can be addressed and recommended as a way forward solutions. If it is asked as a urbanization component or urbanization question, let's see how the question can look like. Rapid urbanization has created new forms of vulnerable disaster vulnerability in Indian cities. Analyze. So this is more also a neutral question because it is asking about the disaster vulnerability as a major theme. In this, fire incidents or fire accidents is one of the disaster vulnerability. Apart from this, urban floods is another, or flash floods is another. So all these are or heat waves in the summer season. Heat waves is one of the induced or disaster vulnerabilities that the modern cities are facing in India. So in this question, you can derive the information from the article, but however, you need to discuss other disasters as well to address this question. So this is all about article. Moving to the next one. The next article featured in the section is PM Surakshit Matritva Abhiyan. So what is this PM Surakshit Matritva Abhiyan? And this is one of the successful initiative of the Health Ministry and the Women Affairs Ministry. So what is this Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Matritva Abhiyan? As the name itself is suggesting, it is something related to the safe motherhood or safe delivery of the women in the country to reduce the MMR of the country. So this programs, Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Matritva Abhiyan has recently completed the 10 years of implementation. It is primarily launched in 2016 with the aim to provide free comprehensive antenatal care to pregnant women, especially in the second and the third trimesters on the 9th of every month. So why this is very important? Because this antenatal care, the government thought that antenatal care should not be subject to the monetary capability of any family. So this antenatal care or ANC has been universally provided, or it has been provided freely to every pregnant woman located in that village or in that city from the government side. So what are the objective? Early detection of pregnancy related complications. These are this program is majorly launched to reduce the MMR burden of the country, MMR burden in the country. Globally, India has one of the highest MMR components. So to address this issue, the scheme has been launched. So naturally, the objectives would follow the reduction of MMR, which is early detection of pregnancy related complications, specialist antenatal care by the doctors, and providing or reducing maternal and the neonatal mortality. How they would be doing? They would be conducting free test as well as the providing medicines and the counseling to the mothers or to the pregnant lady, and the screening for 25 high risk pregnancy conditions such as severe anemia, hypertension and the gestational diabetes will also be monitored specially, and these cases will be referred to the first referral units, which is PHCs, for specialized care. So this tracking system and provision of free services be it the medicines or the counseling services or the test, will help the women to take care of this health. And what is the innovative aspects of this scheme? This also can be written as a innovation or a good example or a good case study of the government success. Private doctors were involved in the implementation of the implementation of the scheme, and as a matter of pride that I pledge for 9 component, they are offering voluntary services also. So this can be used as a positive example of persuasion. So while reading articles, you don't have to make a separate list for ethics example. Every student more or less are concerned as in what should be the source for compiling ethics examples and how we should be compiling ethics example. Just understand the meaning of every syllabus pointer given in the ethics paper, and later on, while applying or while reading any concept, you understand how you map the concept with the syllabus pointers of the ethics paper. You will find enough examples from whatever you are doing for the GS itself. You don't have to make a separate compilation or a copy for registering the examples. While reading newspapers, be alert. While reading monthly magazines, be alert. You will get enough examples for writing in ethics also. See, for example, if I'm reading this scheme, I should be understanding like this innovative aspect of the scheme can be used as a positive example of persuasion also, or this can be proposed as a positive case study while discussing the ethics paper, while discussing ethics questions, or be it in the case study as well. And color coding tracking, this is also an innovative measure. See, color coding will give a instant signal to the evaluator, like green color represents a safe pregnancy conditions, while red color represents a high risky pregnancy conditions. So even this will help the ASHA worker to identify the high pregnancy cases and monitor thoroughly. Extended PMSMA 2022. In 2022, the tracking of high risk pregnancies till delivery as a component was introduced to reduce the MMR component. So what are the additional services provided for high risk pregnancy? Additional ANC visits, SMS reminders, ASHA support with the incentives. So these are the usual way forward that you can be proposing when you need to address an health concern such as TB, when the component or when the case study can be related to TB or HIV or any other highly contagious or highly dangerous disease. In that case, these innovative components can be used as a way forward for your ethics case study as well. And what are the achievements? Over 7.5 crore pregnant women have received ANC services under this scheme, and India's maternal mortality rate has reduced from 130 to 87 recently. So this gap of reduction around 50 is very huge achievement, and this huge achievement can be attributed to the scheme itself. So these are the positive example or the positive case study that we can be using across the GS questions. Let's see how the questions can be asked. If it is asked in the prelims, since it is a scheme based component, a prelims question can look like either they would be asking the components of the scheme or they would be asking the objective of the scheme. And if it is a mains question, they can be asking from both the GS2 and the GS1 perspective also. So let's see how it can be asked as a GS2 question. Maternal health is both a public health concern and the societal justice issue also. Discuss the role of antenatal programs in improving maternal and neonatal outcomes in India. Apart from this scheme, overall also they can ask you like what are the government legislations which are in place to improve the health of the maternal, which are in place to improve the maternal and the neonatality outcomes in India also. And whenever the question comes in this model, you need to discuss the components of the scheme and the implementation challenges or the way forward for the addressing the implementation challenges of the scheme. If it is asked as a GS1 question, they can ask as improving maternal health requires addressing not only medical factors but also socio-economic determinants. So apart from the policy measures, in this you need to delve into the deeper levels, that is basic at the basic societal components, and then you can write the answer to this question. Moving to the next article, which is about Guidelines on psychological evaluation of children in custody disputes. The Supreme Court has ruled that the children who are undergoing the psychological evaluation as a part of the custody disputes has to be treated with care. So this is the overall essence of this article. So in this article, we will be learning of ethics of care and compassion. This article or this essence, the Supreme Court ruling can be quoted as an example under ethics of care and compassion. So what is this ethics of care and compassion? Ethics of care is whenever you are discussing or dealing with any vulnerable community or vulnerable person, you need to treat that case with compassionate approach rather than going by the strict rule-based approach. So the Supreme Court has held that when there is a child custody, especially when the child is an alleged victim under the POCSO Act, that is Protection of Children from the Sexual Offences Act 2012, the court or the personnel involved in the case must follow the principle of minimum intrusion. This is also an important case keyword that we can be using as a part of ethics of care and compassion. Minimum intrusion principle, wherein the victim should not be more victimized in the court trial rooms. They should be treated with compassionate approach so that only the basic questions without which the case cannot be moved forward needs to be posed, and the unnecessary questions should not be posed at the children. So avoiding direct interaction with the court appointed outsiders if feasible. So only the children, in order to build trust, take time. So the people who are well aware with the psychological conditions of the children should be entertained, and unnecessary people should not be entertained or questioned or entitled to question the children. So this is the overall essence of the article. Let's look into the constitutional provisions. Article 21, which gives the right for personal liberty, is for protection of life and personal liberty can be attributed to this case as well. Or else Article 39 of DPSP, which is a DPSP, also ensures or directs the states to ensure that children develop in a healthy and a safe environment. So under these two constitutional provisions, we can deal with this. We can deal with this issue. Let's understand what are the key observations of the Supreme Court. They say that paramount welfare. So the child welfare should overwhelmingly overweigh compared to the parental claims in the custody disputes. The child emotional security, dignity and mental health take priority over anything in deciding the custody. And doctrine of parens patriae. This is also an important important keyword that you can be using either to represent the positive role played by the judiciary or the state. What is doctrine of parens patriae? The judiciary will act as an ultimate parental or ultimate guardian to the children in crisis, and child as a person, not evidence. So when you look the child as an evidence, you will go for grilling of the child using various uncomfortable questions. So the child should be treated as a person and should be treated with the compassion. And what is therapeutic versus evaluative? A clear distinction of process or question should be divided or maintained to prevent re-traumatization and secondary victimization of the child. And caution against label. Court should avoid premature diagnosis like parental alienation syndrome without objective evidence. So parental alienation syndrome, if a child is not behaving properly, it is probably due to the alienation faced by the child from the parents. Alienation is the disconnect or the lack of care received by the child from the parents. And what are the SC guidelines? These should be the way forward measures as well. If a case study comes, you can use the components as a way forward measure, or if any question directly comes on this, you can use as a way forward measures. What is demonstrable necessity? the courts needs to be, but the onus is on the courts to justify like why less intrusive options are not working in that case. And institutional neutrality, evaluation should be handled by a single person, single court appointed psychologist rather than a multi-member panel. Minimum exposure, the exposure to these sessions as well as the psychologist sessions need to be minimized as much as possible. Non-adversarial focus, evaluation should be child-centric, and no tools for the parental litigation. And continuity of care, avoid replacing child's established therapist. If the child is already having an established therapist, then he should be appointed, or he should be considered to be appointed as a court appointed psychologist as well. Absolute confidentiality, shield all therapeutic records and recordings from the parents unless court permitted. So even this can be misused, so the court held that even this confidentiality should be maintained from the state perspective. So these are the major components of this article. Let's see how a question can be framed from this article. If it is asked in the GS2 section, social justice section, because children is a part of vulnerable sections, so the government policies in upholding the welfare interest of the vulnerable sections is a major topic in the GS2 social justice. So under this section, a question can be expected from this topic. Let's see what can be the question look like. So child protection in India requires a shift from adversarial justice to child-centric justice. So when you are saying how child-centric justice should be promoted, you can use this SC guidelines given for the family courts. And the second question can be, evaluate the effectiveness of India's legal and institutional framework for protecting children from sexual abuse and exploitation. So this question is the overall, this question is the question on the overall theme of the child exploitation. Let's understand what is the legal institutional framework, which is POCSO Act can be discussed, Child Labor Act can be discussed. All these acts can be discussed because it is one form of abuse and the exploitation only, and then the collective issues in the implementation of these acts and the way forward can be discussed, or if there is any specific challenges, implementation challenges. For example, in the POSCO Act, good keyword is Romeo-Juliet syndrome, which is the POSCO defines the children till 18 years. However, adolescent love marriages or adolescent issues have been becoming a problem in the implementation of POSCO Act. So these specific issues can be discussed. Otherwise, overall general implementation challenges and the way forward can be discussed to address this question. Moving to the next article, which is about QS World University Ranking. So this is a positive article. Why? Because India's performance has improved positively in this ranking, which is the 2027 edition. Now India has 52 universities in the ranking, 5th highest globally. So this is also a point that we can be noting down, and the number of Indian institutions has increased to 52 in the 2027 ranking. The first or the top positions are occupied by IIT Delhi, and which with the rank 118th globally, followed by IIT Bombay and the IIT Madras. So what are the strengths in the education system which led to the improvement of ranking of Indian institutions? That is strong performance in research impact and the employer reputation are the major factors cited as reasons for the improvement in the India's performance. Apart from it, there are few other challenges also. What are the major challenges? And these challenges holds good for higher education based questions as well. And what are the general challenges? Lower internalization, weak faculty student ratio, and no Indian institution in the global 100. So low internationalization, meaning brain drain as a component, is the Indian issue that we have been facing from so long. That is because we as an Indian students are moving out to other countries for higher education, and we are not capitalizing on the foreign student element. So this is also acting as one of the issue in the ranking. And weak faculty student ratio, there are few faculty possibilities for a larger number of students. So this is the prelims based, not a prelims based topic also. This you can be using as a substantiation while discussing the higher education as the theme of the question. So let's understand how the questions can be asked. India has made significant progress in expanding access to higher education, yet its global academic competitiveness remains limited. Examine the reasons and the suggest measures. Most of the measures and the challenges can be sourced from the article itself. It is a straight simple forward question. Discuss the role of NEP in transforming India's higher education ecosystem. When this can be expected question even in 2026 paper or 27 paper, because it has been more than 5 years in the implementation of the NEP policy. So now we need to look into the effective implementation, if there are any challenges and what are the challenges, and if there are if the way forward measures are proposed, what can be the way forward measures. So how we can be discussing? We can be discussing the objectives of NEP as the intro part, and then in the body you need to discuss the provisions of NEP and the impact, both positive and the negative. So this question can be asked as a 15 marker question. So how I would be writing? Provisions can be writing as a hub and spoke, using hub and spoke model diagram. Impact can be written as a tabular format, and then way forward and conclusion. So this is how you can be categorizing, or you can be structuring your answer for this question. Moving to the next article, which is about prescription now mandatory for cough drugs. So as we have seen previously also in the previous article, that over the top counter availability of cough drugs is misused for the psychotropic are misused as a substitute for the alcohol activity. So in this context, the Union Ministry of Health and Family Welfare via Drugs Amendment Rules 2026 has passed or has removed the syrups, cough syrups, from the Schedule K of the Drugs Rule 1945. So what is the Schedule K? Schedule K will allow the pharmacy to sell the drug even without the prescription. Since the cough drugs or cough syrups are now removed from the Schedule K of the drugs, so now whenever pharmacy has to sell the cough syrup, it mandatorily asks for the prescription from the user. So whenever you need to produce, or whenever you will be producing the prescription at the pharmacy, only then you can be accessing other cough syrup, which will help to reduce the misuse of using it as a substitute for alcohol. So this amendment was notified under the Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1945, as we have seen before, and in consultation with the Drugs Technical Advisory Board. So this Drugs Technical Advisory Board is the highest regulatory authority constituted under the Drugs and the Cosmetics Act 1940 to advise the government regarding these things. And so this is the overall article. I think this article will be pretty much easy to read, because we have discussed the context of this article before itself. Moving to the next article, which is about CBSE marking system. So this is also a basic issue that we can be expecting a question either in 26 or the 27. So what are the challenges? So this can be related to the e-governance limitations as well. So e-governance is a dual-edged sword or the double-edged sword. Why I would say it is a double-edged sword? Because on the other hand, on the first hand, it offers accountability and transparency as an advantage. On the other hand, it leads to unwarranted limitations as tech-induced exclusion errors, or tech-induced exclusion errors, or the mistakes as we have seen in this marking system. So these are the e-governance prospects and the limitations. So when there is a separate topic with the name e-governance limitations given in the GS2 paper. So even this can be noted as an example if the question is based on the overall e-governance challenges. Let's understand what is the issue with the CBSE marking system and how it has been flayed up in the thing. So recently the Delhi High Court recently issued notices to the center and the CBSE board Board over a bill challenging the newly introduced on-screen marking system for class 12 board exam students. So what is this on-screen marking system? The biasness of the teacher in evaluation is always held as a long-term problem in awarding the marks to the students. So in order to reduce this issue, the government has introduced on-screen marking system. So what is this on-screen marking system? Every paper, analog paper which is submitted by the student will be digitized, will be scanned and will be digitized, and reducing or removing the student details, it will be given to the teachers randomly. So the major features of this CBSE OSM system is it is going to be a digital evaluation system, and the physical papers will be scanned, digitized, anonymized, meaning the personal details of the student will be unavailable to the teacher and will be uploaded on the secure online platform. This is one part of the game, and the other part of the game is there are effective trust standards for evaluation pattern which will be given to the teachers. So the teachers will be evaluating the parameters, will be evaluating the answers based on the parameters, and they would be giving scores which will improve the objectivity and the transparency in the marking system. This is the intended object of this system when it is proposed. However, the limitations or the hindrances in the implementation of the system is, since it is an anonymized papers, so the anonymized papers, the mapping of the anonymized papers with the students has been becoming a challenging issue. So there were cases where students were complaining that these papers or the marks allotted to them were not their papers itself. So the anonymity element has been a hindrance in the implementation. Also, there has been an allegation that since this system has been introduced in a rush based manner without equipping teachers with the proper training in marking or evaluation parameters, so this actually led to the discrepancy in the evaluating pattern by the teachers. So these are the two major challenges with the OSM system due to which the students has challenged in the court system. So these are the basic objectives. Any objective of e-governance system would be efficiency, improving transparency and standardization, and improving on the scalability parameter, and introducing accountability. So these are the normal intended objectives of any digital program. However, the technical issues like frequent crashes, system freezes, security vulnerabilities. So if any subject or if any matter is a cyber issue, the cyber security has to be very strong. Otherwise it can be misused or exploited also. So this cyber security vulnerabilities has been an issue. Frequent crashes has been an issue which led to the breakdown of the system. Also, data and quality concerns, blurred scans, mismanaged answer scripts due to the anonymity feature is the major issue. And then evaluation discrepancy, inconsistent grading, and the incomplete checks, because the teachers were not given adequate training in the evaluation pattern. So the institutional rushed implementation, poor examiner training, and the flawed flawed procurement process also aided in the implementation challenges. So what are the implications? The major implication is the trust deficit. Since these scores are important for the entrance of their graduation disciplines, so it created a huge trust deficit among the students, teachers, and the parents as well. So incorrect results lead to loss of student trust, and the governance would be heightened scrutiny, increased litigation, and demands for independent inquiries, which added to the problems of the CBSE or the center, and the technological insignificant concerns regarding data privacy and the system reliability. Since the system hasn't been thoroughly checked using pilot projects, so there were also allegations that system reliability is also a questionable thing. So these are the implications or the issues with this OSM system. Let's see how we can be addressing these issues. Robust infrastructure, obviously the technology can be very soundproof technology or can be made strong technology using high resolution scanning process, secure cloud storage, and the performing rigorous load testing before deployment. Structured governance, standardized SOPs, mandate transparent pilot test before implementing at the national level. Human-centric design, improving examiner training, ensure digital tools are very easy for the teachers to use. Transparency protocols, by providing students with their free access to the scanned copies and released why the score was given to that student, due to which reasons that score was allotted to that student. So accountability, grievance redressal portal should be created beforehand to reach out to the students if they have any grievances. So these are the way forward that we can be noting down. Let's see how a mains based question can be asked on this topic. Digital technologies can improve public service delivery only when supported by robust institutional capacity and the accountability mechanism. So this question is not directly from the article. However, whatever the technology challenges or the way forward points that we have discussed now holds good for writing this question as well. Moving to the next article, which is about CBSE EAS 3-language policy. As we have seen in the previous article also related to NEP policy, in that question when you need to discuss the provisions, 3-language policy needs to be discussed because it has been resisted by few state governments to implement this 3-language policy. So this is a bone of contention between the center and the states. Let's understand what is this 3-language policy is all about. Now CBSE has mandated that students who are enrolled for 2026-27 academic session, they need to learn 3 languages as a part of the National Educational Policy 2020. So what are the 3 languages? 2 Indian languages and 1 foreign language. And what would be the 1 foreign language? Mostly it can be the English or French, German, Arabic, Spanish, anything that you can be choosing as 1 foreign language. And 2 Indian languages is, one is mother tongue, and for southern states it's mostly, and the other Indian language would be Hindi. And for other Hindi based states, they can learn any other 2 Indian language. In that Indian language, even Sanskrit is included. So there is an option that student can learn both Sanskrit and the Hindi, which is the mother tongue, and as a part of the foreign language they can learn the English. So this class 6, which would be the part of 2026-27, will be the first batch to follow the policy fully, unlike the transitional batches, and they would be the first batch of students to write the 10th board exams in the 3-language policy as well. So this is overall context of this article. The next article is about equality of treatment for persons with disabilities. So this disability is also, or Divyang is also a part of vulnerable sections. So this topic is important for both GS1 and GS2, because under GS2 the impact of welfare legislations by the government on the vulnerable sections is an important topic in GS2, and in GS1 we have a topic called social empowerment. Under social empowerment, we need to analyze various vulnerable sections and the progress of the government legislations on the welfare of the vulnerable sections. So under GS1 social empowerment also, the Divyang section can be asked as a separate question. So let's look into the article. What is this article about? India's welfare architecture has significantly expanded through Digital India Mission, DBT, direct transfer, benefit transfer, and the UPI enabled service delivery. However, the persons with disabilities still fail exclusion due to these e-governance initiatives, due to fragmented and inadequate disability pension systems. So this is the major context of this article. Why there is a crisis of inequality, especially faced by the Divyang section, despite the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act. This is the primary legislation to provide welfare benefits for the Divyang section. The guarantees under the 41, the disability pensions are very minimum or very inadequate in the amount, to be honest. honest. So what is the discretionary governance pointer says us? Benefits vary widely by state, with mostly pensions varying around 300 to 500. So you understand, for a monthly allowance they are getting a mere amount or very small amount of 300 to 500, which is grossly insufficient for any person to maintain a decent life. So this has been one of the major issue. And what is the administrative fragmentation? Administrative fragmentation is a good keyword that holds good in most of the GS2 answers, be it the governance or the social justice answers. Administrative fragmentation is this vulnerable section is being handled by either multiple departments or multiple ministries, which results in the exclusion of benefits of these people only. So overlapping ministry jurisdiction causes bureaucratic delays and the delivery failures. So these are the important pointers that we need to maintain. And what is the physical neglect? As part of the budgetary allocation, India spends very less on the Divyang as a section. So it spends only 0.02% of its GDP on the disability welfare, far below the international standards. What is the international standard? Brazil spends 0.5% and the OECD spends 2.2% on the welfare of the disabled section. So this is these are the major issues that you can be noting down as implementation challenges. And what shall be the solutions? Minimum universal disability pension floor rate. So there should be minimum floor rate that should be decided as the pension for the Divyang sections based on the inflation and based on the real economic or the market conditions. So this should ensure that most of their needs are met using or the basic needs are met using the pension itself. So uniformity and portability should guarantee consistent support regardless of residency, modeled after successful global grants. And to fulfill the constitutional fulfillments, operationalization or the implementation challenges of the rights of persons with disabilities act should be taken care of, and integrated delivery model should be proposed. So what is the integrated delivery model? Since the pension is fragmented across the state, we can create a National Disability Pension Authority as a centralized agency, which would look into the eligibility criteria, maintain a national registry to register the Divyang, and streamline grievance redressal. So these are the few solutions that we can be proposed to address these issues. This is all about the article. Let's look into the prelims and the mains based question. If it is asking as a prelims based question, they can be asked as the meaning of substantive equality. See, why substantive equality? Because these kind of questions are being increasingly asked, wherein the concepts and the meaning or the essence of the meaning is being asked in the prelim section from the polity. So what is substantive equality? Equal opportunities achieved by recognizing and addressing structural disadvantage. So equality and equity are two different ideas. Formal equality ensures that everyone is placed at the level playing field and rules are same for the everyone. But however, the idea of equity, which recognizes that everyone is not on the level playing field, a few sections, be it the historically disadvantaged sections, which were given affirmative action policies in terms of reservation, or the sections like disabled or the children, which were not placed equally with other adults or other healthy persons, they should be given more benefits or more advantage or more hand-holding support from the government side to keep them in the level playing field with the healthy ones. So this idea captures the substantive equality. On the face of it, the hand-holding support given by the government to these sections may not appear or may appear antithetical or opposite to the idea of equality. However, unless and until you give that hand-holding support to the vulnerable sections, they are not going to come to the level playing field. So this captures the essence of the substantive equality. And if it is asked as a mains based question, let's look how it can be asked as a mains based question. Despite progressive legislation, persons with disabilities continues to face barriers in accessing social security in India. Examine the challenges and suggest reforms. So while examining the challenges, you need to write the major constitutional provisions and the institutional provisions and the ministry and the basic implementation challenges and map with the current with the relevant reforms as well. Moving to the next article. Which is about Amazon Future Engineer Program, as the name itself is suggesting. So it is a partnership between Amazon and the National Educational Society for Tribal Students to provide hand-holding support to the tribal students to become future engineers. So this National Educational Society for Tribal Students, which works under the Ministry of Tribal Ministry, will partner with Learning Links Foundation, which is related to the Amazon, to implement the Amazon Future Engineering Program in the Ekalavya Model Residential Schools. So these are the model residential schools which are exclusively designed and reserved for the tribal students to impart STEM skills and the modern education to the tribal students. So they provide quality education to tribal students in the remote areas, and the key components would be the students would be provided training under computer science fundamental like coding and the computational thinking or AI literacy, and would be given opportunity to explore various careers in the computer science engineering as well. So this is a basic hand-holding or the capacity building support for the tribal students. Moving to the next subject, which is about the polity and the governance. So the first article featured in the polity and governance is Nicobar election controversy, tribal self-governance and the electoral reforms. So as we understand, we get an intuition that Andaman and Nicobar might be falling under the 5th schedule or the 6th schedule status, which will be given special provisions for the tribal governance. So both of them are wrong. Why? Because the 5th schedule is concerned with mainland states only. Since it is an island state, the 5th schedule is not implemented there, and the 6th schedule is implemented in only 4 states, NM, Arunachal, Nagaland and Mizoram and Manipur. So this is also not the 6th schedule status or provisions of 6th schedule is not implemented to the Andaman and Nicobar Island. Since it is an UT, the president is the head of that UT, and he, as a part of good governance regulations, he can pass orders to regulate the administration of that UT. So this is the overall context of this article. Let's understand what is the actual article about. So recently, the Andaman and Nicobar administration has released draft Andaman and Nicobar Islands Tribal Council's preparation of electoral rolls and the conduct of elections rules 2026. So this is a divergence from the previous practices, because earlier the social customary practices were followed in conducting elections and declaring the leaders of the tribal councils. However, as a part of this new draft rules, the proper preparation of electoral rolls, delimitation and the conduct of election has been proposed. So this has sparked concerns among the tribal people, especially the Nicobarese community, over its impact on the traditional self-governance, cultural autonomy and the indigenous institutions. Also, this implementation or this progress has to be visualized against the developmental project, the creation of the developmental project in the Nicobar Islands. So let's understand who are Nicobaris and what is the self-governance system which is already in place before the introduction of these election rules. So the Nicobaris are a scheduled tribe inhabiting the Nicobar Islands with a population of about 30,000. So basically they are governed through island tribal councils and the villages through captain system. So what is island tribal council? So the island tribal council will be the apex authority looking into the administration of the Nicobarese community or the Nicobar Island community in the Nicobar Island, and under this they would be village leadership, and at the village leadership there would be 3 captains working for the village or acting as a head of the village. So first captain would be the major leader, and he'll be assisted by the second and the third captain. So basically it's not about elections, like we vote for people and we based on the voting pattern we elect our leaders. However, in Nicobaris community, the leadership or the leaders are elected using the community consensus, trust and the customary practices. So more or so it is kind of a consensual thing that people would be electing their leader instead of going for rigid election processes. So the institution of captaincy dates back to centuries and was formalized by the Britishers. So what are the key provisions of this draft regulations? Preparation of electoral rolls, delimitation of constituencies basically for the villages, and regular elections has to be conducted. Villages would elect 5 to 9 captains instead of 3 captains. So this is the difference. 5 to 9 captains would now be elected by the villagers under the new rules, and they would be directly voting for the chief captain of that each tribal council. So what happens is, this is working on a model of the Panchayat Raj institution. So the villagers will be electing 5 to 9 village captains, and apart from this village captains, they'll also directly vote for chief captain of the island council. And apart from this, these village captains will be voting internally or electing internally for the vice chief captain of village or of island council. So island tribal council would comprise chief captain, which will be directly elected by the villagers, vice chief captain, which will be elected by the captains, and all first captains of the island. So then the fixed tenure for the election councils has been given. Reservation of seats for the women has been proposed, though they are appearing as a progressive measures, but since they are clashing with the customary practices, the Nicobaris community were skeptical about the introduction of the new rules. So what should be the way forward? Before introducing any new rules, extensive consultation should be conducted with the tribal community so that the peaceful and the smooth implementation of rules can happen. Apart from this, hybrid governance model can be proposed as a solution. Instead of going for strict modern practices for electing leaders, or going for strict customary practices where the women section is not allowed or women section is excluded usually. So hybrid governance model can be proposed while using extensive discussions with all the stakeholders. And in any case, safeguard to the tribal autonomy and cultural diversity should be included as part of the rules. So this is the overall article, and these are the concerns raised by the tribal leaders and the justification given by the administration. So major concerns would be, they are skeptical that these rules would dilute the autonomy of the tribal councils. However, the government is of the view that it would introduce more accountability and transparency in the election processes, and it would promote gender diversity in the leadership as well. So these are the this is the context of this article. Let's see how the questions are can be framed from this article. Local self-governance in tribal areas require institutional innovation rather than institutional uniformity discussed. Yes, tribal areas require innovation based on consensus rather than imposition, strict top-down approach for the successful and the peaceful implementation of the rules. So while discussing, you need to discuss both the skepticism shared by the tribal community and how it is important and what should be the way forward to implement them peacefully. And if it is asked as a social justice question, let's see how it can be addressed. Developmental projects in tribal regions often raise concerns regarding cultural identity and self-governance. Analyze. Yes. Why? Because since these developmental projects are usually carried out by the government without consulting the tribal people, so they raise skepticism or they raise issues in the implementation. And analyze. True, because the rehabilitation processes or the later monitoring or compensation processes is weak, and it is a time-taking process which reduces the trust of the tribal communities in giving away their lands for the developmental projects. So you need to discuss the reasons and the way forward solutions. Moving to the next article, which is about right to be forgotten, which is very, very important. This is modern day right. Why I would be saying modern rights? See, when constitution was envisaged, or when constitution was getting decided, we were given certain fundamental rights which were consolidated from Article 13 to Article 33 to 34. So these are the provisions that were we giving, that were we dealing with the fundamental rights. However, our fundamental rights are covered from Article 14 to Article 32. So under this, Article 21, which deals with the right to life and the personal liberty, is the major anchor article under which modern rights were being given by the judiciary. What are the modern rights? For example, right to privacy. This was not explicitly mentioned in the constitution as a part of fundamental right. However, it is being given by the judiciary under Article 21 as the modern right. And apart from right to privacy, to support the right to privacy, now right to forgotten is being given to the citizens by the judiciary under Article 21. So let's be very curious as in how every article is flowing from Article 21 only, apart from other articles. So what does the Constitution on Article 21 says? Article 21 deals with protection of life and personal liberty. So let's understand briefly about the context of the Article 21. And before understanding Article 21, we need to understand two concepts, which is procedure established by law and due process of law. So what is the difference between procedure established by law and due process of law? Procedure established by law checks the legitimacy of the legislature and the executive to implement that legislation or to implement that policy. For example, if the legislature has implemented, or if the legislature has gone for policy implementation or enacted any law according to which the procedural aspects, like for example the required majority is with the law, the members has passed the law lawfully, and the president has the given assent to the law, even if the law is against the fundamental rights or the constitutional morality also, the judiciary cannot take a major action upon it, because under the procedure established by law, if the process followed in enacting that law is right, the government is right in the government has the legitimate right to implement that policy or the scheme. However, in due process of law, the judiciary can check the morality of the law. For example, morality, what do I mean? If the judiciary is of the opinion that law is not in line with the constitutional morality. What is constitutional morality? The ideals given in the preamble: justice, liberty, equality, fraternity. So these are the part of the constitutional morality. If the judiciary is of the opinion, even the law has been enacted peacefully or lawfully, legitimately according to the process given in the constitution, however, the morality of the law is not in line with the constitutional morality, it can declare that law as null and void. So what happened is, the original constitution provided for procedure established by law under Article 21. However, after Maneka Gandhi judgment, or in Maneka Gandhi judgment, the Supreme Court has interpreted Article 21 as due process of law. So due process of law, under due process of law, the judiciary technically can expand the scope of Article 21 to include modern rights which are important for leading a peaceful life, which is the protection of life, and which is important for including or maximizing the liberty of the citizen also. So that is the reason most of the modern rights would flow from Article 21. If you see a PYQ, when there was a Puttaswamy judgment, a prelims based question was asked, as in under the Puttaswamy judgment was given under which of the following articles: Article 14, 19, 21, 22. So most of the modern rights would flow from Article 21. So if you don't know the exact answer, if you want to take an intelligent guess, you can go safely for the Article 21. So this is the overall context or the background story story of the Article 21, which is used for allotting or for giving right to privacy as well as the right to forgotten. Let's understand what is this right to be forgotten. So for example, if there is any criminal records under anyone's name, and if I can check Ki Lalit Modir controversy, even though the courts haven't held him or held liable for the punishment, even the courts had acquitted him considering the false accusations, still the people can search as the specific controversy with the person's name, which is demeaning or which is impacting the liberty and dignity of that person. So this, the person can be challenging the availability of those records and request the social media sites or the Google search engines to remove their names or to remove their name based searches is the right to forgotten. So Delhi High Court in a landmark judgment has held that right to forgotten is an integral part of the right to privacy. So what is this right to be forgotten as? It seeks restriction or removal of personal information from public digital accessibility when it no longer serves as a major or legit public purpose. See, for example, still the judicial records would include that person's name, but however, as a common citizen, we won't be able to search information based on a person's name. This is the right to be forgotten. So when a person is given right to be forgotten, it will instruct the social media or the search engines to remove his name based searches. In nutshell, this is all about right to be forgotten. So this Data Protection Act, which we have enacted in 2023, includes this modern right to be forgotten as well. And as a part of international case study, EU has emphasized on the right to forgotten as one of the major right. So this is the overall article. Let's see how a question can be asked. Critically examine the need to balance right to privacy with the right to information and speech in a digital democracy. So this is a very important question because right to privacy gives you a strength, gives you a weapon to keep your information very private from the scrutiny and the scrutiny which is antithetical to transparency and accountability. On the other hand, right to information and freedom of speech and expression were also equally important fundamental rights given by the Constitution, which emphasizes on the transparency and the accountability. So this is the major dilemma that will be faced by the government while balancing both rights of privacy and the right to speech and expression in the democracy. So in order to write this question, when they are asking critically examine, you need to discuss the provisions of RTA Act, you need to discuss the provisions of Personal Data Protection Act 2023 and the controversial sections, that is section 88 and section clause 4J of this act, section 44 of this act in opposite to the RTA Act provisions. So learn about Personal Data Protection Act 2023 and the controversial provisions which are out of line with the Right to Information Act implemented by the country. So this is the overall two legislations that we need to know about and the provisions of these legislation to address this question. Moving to the next article, which is about Kerala's fiscal crisis challenges and the reform roadmap. Recently, we have noticed after the general elections, there has been change of government in the Kerala, and the newly elected Kerala government has released a white paper on the state finances, saying that the committed expenditure is a part of covers a overwhelming part of the state finances, leaving very less space for the government to do the capital expenditure. So this questions the Kerala development model also, and this article should make you think about the issues of freebies, or as discussed by the economic survey, the sustainability of subsidy regime, importance to commit to increase the capital expenditure. Why? Because unless and until you improve or you delve more on the capital expenditure, you are not investing on the future generation. So these are the complementary issues, or these are the issues that we should be looking or thinking about while reading this article. Let's understand what is the major issue faced by the Kerala and why it is a sustainability challenge for the state government. Because if you notice the outstanding liabilities, most of the approximately 35% of the GDP is going for the liabilities. Liability meaning the borrowing that I have done previously, so now I am catering to that borrowing thing. And interest, 20% of the revenue receipts are interest. You understand what is primary deficit? If your primary deficit is very high, it is not sustainable. It is not a good parameter. See, even in the primary expenditure or even in the revenue expenditure, your 20%, one-fifth of your rupees is going towards the interest burden, and salaries, pensions, interest payments, which you cannot deny, which falls part of the committed expenditure, falls for about 75 or 77.66%. This means more than 3/4 of your state GDP is going towards the committed expenditure, which leaves very less space, very less room with the government to spend on the welfare, activity of the citizens. So capital expenditure is only 1.34% of the state GDP, which is very, very less. Meaning you are not investing on the future infrastructure or in the social skills or the social development indicators of the citizens for the next generation. So what are the way forward reforms? You can map this topic with the 1991 crisis, BOP crisis faced by the India as well. Most of the reasons would fall same, and most of the way forward measures would also be the same. So what have we done? We have taken the LPG measures, liberalization, privatization and the globalization measures as a country. However, as a state government, they can go for physical consolidation. They can focus more on the physical consolidation by rationalizing revenue expenditure, improving expenditure efficiency, and at any cost they need to look into the ways to increase the capital expenditure. Only then it will create employment, it will improve the tax collection, and it will generate more resources for the government at its disposal, and which includes infrastructure investment and the inclusive development. Improve revenue mobilization, strengthening tax administration so that no amount of tax is forgiven by or forgotten by the state from the citizens. And public sector reforms, public sector needs to be scrutinized or pruned so that only the basic public sector staff is entertained and the rationalizing of public sector staff can be thinking of. However, this is a major ethical issue also, because laying off is somewhat easy in the private sector compared to the public sector. So since considering the strong union culture which is witnessed in the Kerala state, it is very difficult for the government to reduce the human resources on the public sector. So apart from it, it can majorly focuses on improving the private sector development and private investment in the state, and which can focus on the employment and the skill development. So these are the major reforms that are proposed. However, there are few issues in implementing these reforms. One is political sensitivity surrounding welfare expenditure. For example, if the government has committed certain freebies, if the government is not delivering that freebies, then it is under the constant threat or constant pressure that it may not be re-elected for the next election. So this political insensitivity, sensitivity surrounding welfare expenditure versus physical consolidation. This is the major ethical dilemma faced by the state governments. Let's see how questions can be asked on this topic. Examine the causes of rising public debt among the Indian states. Suggest measures to strengthen fiscal sustainability. So this article holds good for any state actually. So when you're rising causes, or when you're discussing causes for rising public debt, these would be the causes. Outstanding liability, committed expenditure, more percentage of revenue expenditure and less capital expenditure will be the causes. And what would be the reforms? These would be the reforms that you need to address for answering this question. Moving to the next topic, which is about NEC 73rd plenary meeting. What is NEC? Northeastern Council. So Northeastern Council is one of the zonal councils. We understand zonal councils. They are created as a statutory bodies of the state after State Reorganization Act to develop the coordination among various states which constitutes that zonal council. So for the northeastern part of the country, Northeastern Zonal Council was also present. So recently the 73rd plenary meeting of Northeastern Zonal Council has happened. It is a statutory body which works as a planning and the advisory body, and it is established under Northeastern. Whenever you call something as a statutory body, you need to know the parent law under which that body has been constituted. Northeastern Council Act 1971. It functions under the Ministry of Development of Northeastern Region. This ministry would be the parent ministry for this council. And what is the composition? I think they have asked about the composition of interstate council in the prelims in 2025. On the similar basis, they can ask about the zonal council's composition as well. So chairperson will be the Home Minister, vice chairperson will be the Minister of Ministry of Development of Northeastern Region, and all the governance and the chief ministers of the states of Northeast will be the members of the zonal council. So what are the key highlights? Now the priority of the NEC meeting is on achieving the vision of a developed Northeast by 2047. So how a region would be developed? By having proper infrastructure, by having connectivity, physical connectivity to the rest of the mainland. So the major focus would be providing physical infrastructure, be it rail connectivity, road connectivity, or the air connectivity. And since there are a lot of pristine locations in the Northeast, so that can be capitalized as a sustainable tourist activities. So when you create infrastructure, it will naturally lead to the improvement of the tourist activities in that region. And apart from it, organic agriculture, which is a good, which is very important capital good, or the specialized agriculture good, which has huge market value in the international markets and the domestic value in the domestic markets. So agriculture and allied activities, especially the organic farming, can be explored in the northeastern region. Skill developmental programs should be carried out so that the northeastern youth are more also engaged within the government and are provided with ample employment opportunities, which will deter them from moving towards the insurgency campaigns in the northeastern region. Also, special emphasis should be provided to the health and the education and the healthcare of the youth. So the center highlighted the government's focus on peace, connectivity, and the development. All these are interconnected. If you create connectivity, there will be development. Development will be leading to peace. So this IDP works in a virtuous cycle manner. So this is all about this article. Let's understand how a prelims and a mains based question. On a similar basis of interstate council, they can ask you about the composition of NEC council, and you need to identify the right answer from the multiple statements. If it is asked as a mains based question, they can ask you the role of NEC in promoting regional connectivity as well as promoting cooperative federalism and balanced development in the northeastern region. Or else they can ask you about linking this component or linking this body with the infrastructure development or the security portion also. Border infrastructure plays an important role in both national security and economic development. Discuss. When you need to say border role of importance of border infrastructure, when the keyword is discuss, you need to discuss the government measures also, still challenges and the way forward measures. So this is the broader theme on which the question can be expected from the security section. Moving to the next article, which is about PRS Annual Review of State Laws 2025. This is also very important study or the report that you can be using as a value addition for your mains answers on the topic of legislatures, functioning of legislatures in GS2 topic, GS2 paper. Let's understand what are the report findings of the PRS. So the report has highlighted the continuing trend trend of limited legislative sittings, rapid passage of bills, and the weak committee scrutiny. So these are the major issues faced by majority of the state legislatures and the national legislature also. So what is the primary role of legislature? It is for the deliberation. What is deliberation? Meaning you need to discuss on the laws before passing it as a you need to discuss the proposals before passing it as a law. So deliberation is the core activity expected from the legislature. This core activity of deliberation has been compromised, or has been noticed that it is compromised heavily from the state legislatures and the national legislature due to limited sittings, and even if they are sitting, the bills were not discussed thoroughly and they were passed very rapidly, and most of the bills were not even recommended for the committee system. So these are the three core challenges faced by the state legislatures in the executive function, in the functioning of the legislature. Also, we need to link this with the parliamentary system. Parliamentary system prioritize accountability over stability, and how the accountability is done. Executive is accountable to the legislature. How the executive accountability is discharged to the legislature? Through questioning, by sending through deliberation on policy making, and through review of finances or budget proposals. These are the few tools which are available with the legislature to enhance the executive accountability for the legislature as an institution. However, limited sittings, rapid passage of the bills, and the weak committee scrutiny system are impacting the core parliamentary function, which is executive accountability to the legislature. So what are the data facts? These are the data facts that you can be using to support your arguments in the answers. State assemblies met for an average of 24 days in an entire year, which is very, very low, and Apart from it, even if they met for only 24 days, they have passed around 645 bills in the 2025 compared to 500 bills in the 2024. So this reflects the urged or rushed passage of the bills. And most of the bills, are less than 5% of the bills are recommended to the committee system, and most of the bills, like approximately more than 90% of the bills, are passed even without the committee scrutiny. So these are the concerns highlighted from the reports. And the major issue is with the budget oversight also. Initially, the proposals of every budget, the budget were discussed in detail, but these days even the budget proposals were discussed, were passed very quickly, with limited or with no discussion on that proposal. So these are the major few factors or facts that we need to pick up from this article. Let's see how a mains based questions can be asked on this article, or how overall question, even if the question is on the overall theme of the legislature, how you can use this article for your answers. Effectiveness of legislature depend not merely on the number of laws passed, but on the quality of deliberation. So the quality of deliberation is being weakened. You can reflect it in the number of days, and in the number of legislations passed, and in the number of bills recommended to the committee system, which we can get from this article. And you need to propose the way forward solutions also. So discuss the role of legislative committees in strengthening parliamentary democracy in India. Why they are called mini legislatures? Mini legislatures because they are at continuous work. Parliamentary committee system is the actual legislature which is doing the work continuously behind the scenes. So since the bills are not being recommended to the parliamentary committee system, they are not being thoroughly scrutinized by the legislature. So that's how you need to address this question. Legislative oversight is central to the doctrine of responsible government. Discuss. As we have discussed what is responsible government, executive need to be responsible to the legislature. However, the legislative oversight is weakening due to rushed passage and the limited sittings. So these components again can be used to write the decent answer to this question. Moving to the next topic, which is about National Awards for E-Governance 2026. So National Awards for E-Governance is an appreciation from the government side towards the bureaucracy for the successful implementation of the governance initiative. For 2026, the focus was on the implementation of digital initiatives. So the awards, this time the awards continue to emphasize gram panchayat level digital governance initiatives. So this time for 2026, the government has rewarded the bureaucrats for the successful implementation of digital initiatives at the panchayat level. So this is the crux of this article, and these are important for us because these examples, these 17 good initiatives, 17 projects or the 17 good initiatives we have compiled in the table, these are good examples for your e-governance topic, panchayats topic, and then any agriculture. If it is an agri initiative, you can use it as an agriculture example or the good case study that others can replicate. So cyber, for example, it is a cyber threat intelligence distribution system. So you can use in the topic of cyber security also. Try remembering these examples, most of them, as many as possible at least, so that you can use the same examples as a good examples in your rest of the answers if the topic is on this topic. So who are giving this national awards for e-governance? It is presented by the Department of Administrative Reforms and the Public Grievances, and it is presented annually to recognize excellence in the governance initiatives across the country. So these are the few parts of this article that you should be noting down while for preparing for the examination. Moving to the next article, which is about National E-Vidhan application. As the name itself is self-suggestory, so E-Vidhan application is the digitization process of the legislative process. So what is the context of this article? Recently, West Bengal has signed an MOU for the implementation of National E-Vidhan application, NEVA. So NEVA is a mission mode project under Digital India program, which enables paperless conduct of the legislative business. So what is paperless conduct of the legislative business? Because members would be asking questions to the executive and they would be giving answers with the supporting documents. Entire process of either asking, presenting bills, discussion on the bills, everything would be in a digital format. So that is paperless conduct of the digital business. Digital facilitates digital processing of questions, notices, bills, committee reports, and other legislative documents. So whatever the legislative document, it will be in the digital format, and the members has continuous access to those digital documents every time. So it allows members to access digital businesses through computers, tablets, and the mobile devices. Also, it reduces the burden of the paper, which is very important advantage. So what are the benefits? Faster process of legislative business, improved record management, because since it is a digital copy, they can be saved better compared to the analog ones, and the reduced administrative and printing costs, better coordination among the legislature, and enhanced public access to the information. So e-governance initiative has by default improved or has the benefits of improved transparency and the accountability parameters. So this is the features of the NEVA, and if a prelims based question is asked on the NEVA, they can give you the statements related to the provisions of the NEVA, and you need to identify the right answer. Moving to the next topic, which is about DNA test in paternity cases. So this may not be directly asked as a prelims or a means based question. Let's understand what is the government, what is the judiciary stand on the paternity DNA test in the paternity cases, and what is the ethical issue or the dilemma faced by the judiciary while deciding DNA test. So the Supreme Court has recently held that the court every time has to balance alleged father's right to privacy, because DNA test is intrusion against my privacy. So the father, so the Supreme Court has to, or the courts has to handle or balance between someone's right to privacy against the claimant's right to establish identity identity and inherent. See, surprisingly, both of them are manifestations of Article 21 only. So when different manifestations of Article 21 are in conflict or in competing claims with each other, the court had to take a calculated or a balanced decision. So the court is of view that both right to privacy and the right to establish my identity and to prove the inheritance claims need to be balanced on a case-to-case basis. So what is the legal framework that will enable the DNA testing? It is section 116 of the Bharat Sakshaya Adhyan 2023, or else Indian Evidence Act 1872 also supports DNA test or the reports of the DNA test as one of the legitimate evidence to prove the paternity claims. So this DNA testing, however, is considered as an intrusion to someone's privacy, dignity and bodily autonomy. So only as a last resort, the court has held that DNA testing can be ordered only as a last resort when no other means provide conclusive agreement or conclusive judgment about the paternity claims. So this can be approved since it is violating the bodily autonomy under Article 21. So it can be approved only in exceptional circumstances where justice so requires. So this emphasizes, or this also reflects, that right to privacy is not absolute. Why this is important conclusion? Because see, in the previous articles we have noticed that right to privacy can sometimes be in clash with right to information, because right to privacy emphasizes on the privacy aspect and right to information emphasis on the transparency of information, informational availability, or right to be forgotten also emphasis on the informational unavailability. So whenever the court has to decide between these two rights on a case-to-case basis, either sometimes it can overview or overweigh the right to privacy, and sometimes it can overweigh the right to information based on the case-to-case. So no right is absolute in the implementation. So this is the primary conclusion that we can be deriving from this article. Moving to the next article, which is about 8th Pay Central Pay Commission. So this is, we need to understand what is a pay commission. Is it a constitutional body, statutory body or executive body? It is not a statutory body, it is not a constitutional body, it is a body set up by the government to review the pay structure of the public human resources or the public sector public sector personnel. So what are the major challenges faced by the Central Pay Commission? It has to balance between the government sustainability, government committed expenditure sustainability, and the market or real life conditions influencing the inflation and everything. So this is the ethically, this is the balanced thing that Central Pay Commission has to look into. So it what are the major key concerns? It lacks uniform methodology to compare the paycheck of the various employees, and civil military compensation issues, because both civil and military compensations are based on different rules. So these also becomes a issue while determining the paycheck. And non-functional upgradation, some services are that where we cannot expect frequent promotions. The pay has to rise according to the experience in that service. So for fiscal sustainability concerns also had to be taken care by the Central Pay Commission while determining the paycheck of the employees. So these are the few challenges. And what can be the way forward? Permanent National Compensation Authority can be constituted to review the compensation of the government employees continuously. Objective evaluation, there should be certain fixed parameters based on which we would be deciding the salary. Greater transparency while deciding the salary. Rationalization of pension systems. So basically this is earlier while deciding the salary, it is taking into the account of the proposals of various employee groups. while matlab as an employee group I would be submitting as in what is a expected salary that I'm expecting from the government. Based on the proposals, the Central Pay Commission would be deciding the further paycheck. So now we need to introduce the objective criteria while deciding the paycheck for the government employees. Moving to the next article, which is about cockroach election symbol and the election commission rules. So everyone is aware of the protest being carried out by the CJP regarding the NEET reforms and the aftermath consequences of this the protest which were happened in Delhi. Apart from this, from the constitutional perspective, we need to see if the CJP wants to contest as an election, if the CJP wants to contest as a political party in the election, can it be allotted the cockroach as an election symbol or not? What is the rule saying or what is the constitution saying? Let's understand. So the viral CJP movement has raised a question whether it can obtain the cockroach as an election symbol or not. So usually the election symbols were allotted by the Election Commission of India. It is the exclusive power of the ECI to judge or give the election symbol to the political parties, and this power is being discharged by the ECI under the Election Symbols Reservation and the Allotment Order 1968. So why it is unlikely that cockroach symbol cannot be given to the political party? Because from 1990s, active animals or insect symbols were not being allotted as an election symbols for the political parties. Under Article 324, which is a single article giving all the powers to the ECI, the Election Symbols Reservation and Allotment Order 1968 was enacted, under which the various symbols were be given to the various parties. So let's understand how the issuance of election symbols are carried out in the country. There are reserved symbols and the free symbols. So reserved symbols are exclusively reserved for the national and the state parties. Why? Because see, consider the lotus, which is the election symbol of the current ruling party NDA, current ruling party BJP. So this lotus symbol was allotted to the BJP in every state. So if the party is recognized as a national party, then the same election symbol will be given when the party is conducting elections in any of the states. If the party is recognized as a state party, so the same election symbol, the reserved election symbol, will be allotted to that party for all the constituencies. So somehow the BJP is allotted with the lotus, the Indian National Congress is allotted with the hand gesture, Aam Aadmi Party is the broom. And what are free symbols? There are unrecognized registered political parties, meaning they are neither national parties or state parties. However, they can be contesting elections. So for those parties, the ECI will be giving election symbols from the free symbols pool. So either independent candidates or unrecognized registered political parties will get the free symbols while contesting the election. So this is the overall context of this article. Moving to the next article, which is about Supreme Court recognizing homemakers as the national builders. So what is the context of this article? Supreme Court, while adjudicating in Sheesh Ram and others versus Surjit case. So this is the case which is related to the compensatory claims in the motor accident or in the road accident. So usually the compensation claims were decided on the economic capacity or the salary that they are driving the home. So this is how the compensation claim was decided. For example, if the head of the family, who is the sole earning person, is died in the motor accident, then the family would be giving more compensation. For example, on the other hand, if a homemaker has died in the motor accident, the compensation claim would be less. considering they are not actively participating in any paid economic activity. However, the Supreme Court has refused this idea and held that homemakers are contributing a huge to the family and the society, and now it is high time that they should be formally recognized and monetized while deciding the compensation of the motor accident claims. So what they are saying is, see, you need to start monetizing the unpaid work carried by the homemakers for the family. Consider this way, what is unpaid work? For example, in cities, if we get any help for cooking activity, usually they pay from 2,000 to 5,000. On the other hand, if a mother is cooking for the family for the entire year without any compensation, she is losing 5,000 every month. For example, 60,000 per month only for the cooking activity. So, Supreme Court or the Economic Survey has earlier recognized that homemakers engage in huge unpaid economic activities, and there should be some way to monetize even, or to start monetizing even this unpaid activity. So this is the overall article, and the Supreme Court has fixed a minimum notional value of 30,000 per month for the loss of domestic care services provided by the deceased homemaker. So notionally, the Supreme Court has decided that at least 30,000 she should be earning unpaid work, she should be earning for unpaid work. So this also should be calculated while claiming, while deciding the compensation claims in the motor accidents. And this upholds the fundamental rights given by the Constitution under Article 14 and under Article 21. So this is an important one. However, the major issue would be the unpaid care economy and the significant time poverty faced by the women, or the double burden of work shared by the women. So these would be the major themes under which we can be using the Supreme Court reflections on why the monetization aspect should be taken care. So let's understand how a question can be asked. Discuss the role of judiciary in advancing gender justice through progressive interpretation. Yes, this is a very important theme. This is an overall theme. Why? Because you can be discussed about the Vishaka guidelines, and you can be discussed about the entry of women in armed forces or equal opportunities in armed forces. Apart from this, you can also discuss about the monetizing of the unpaid care work carried out by the women in the households. So these are the few aspects that we would be noting down to address this question. Moving to the next article, which is about Draft Telecommunications, Television, Radio and Associated Service Rules 2026. So this rules has been brought in to bring in the synchronicity or harmony among the various laws which are in place already. So to consolidate multiple broadcasting related guidelines into a single regulatory framework. This is the major objective for this draft telecommunication rules. Also, they want to harmonize and simplify rules governing television, radio and the associated broadcasting services. What are the key features? Change with the continuity. Existing authorization conditions have been harmonized and rationalized. More or so, the objective is to simplify the rules regarding the regulatory process with the related to TV, radio and the associated services. Nothing much that we need to remember from this article. However, one point that we should be noting is the new rules also mandate that all of the televisions or the radio or any other service providers should at least allot 30 minutes of their content every day between 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. on the subjects of national importance and the social relevance. So this is something that we can keep in mind. Apart from it, you can go through this article for once itself. Moving to the next topic, which is about Delhi government's e-office system completing 1 year. This is also an example of Digital India government initiative. So the Delhi government's e-office system has completed its 1 year from the implementation, and it marked a significant milestone in the digitization of the government administration. So what is this e-office system? As the name is saying, the office work, how the process or the work process happens in the office is being digitized from the analog mode. So it is the digital workflow platform developed by the NIC under the Digital India program. It enables electronic processing of official files, receipts, correspondence and approvals, replacing traditional paper-based administration. So how is it the effective way of conducting businesses in the government? Yes, it is an effective way, and that effectiveness can be substantiated from the achievements. Total users have increased more than threefold in the just 1 year period of time. Departments or institutions adopting this e-office system has also increased from 198 to 198 to 235. Electronic files processed has increased more than 1.44 lakhs. So this improves the efficiency aspect or red tapeism aspect of the bureaucracy. And electronic receipts processed, over 9.22 lakh electronic receipts has been processed. So this will enable the real-time tracking of the system. So these are the usual advantages offered by the digital initiatives in introducing in the governance. So the next article in this section is right to walk. Recently the Supreme Court has held the right to walk on safe, unobstructed, demarcated footpaths is a part of fundamental right flowing from Article 19, Clause 1, Clause D, freedom of movement, and Article right to life and personal liberty. So this personal liberty includes the right to safe mobility as well. So these are the implied rights that were being given by the judiciary, which were flowing from the fundamental rights promised in the Constitution. So this is in the context as in, if a road accident happens, whose rights overweigh whose rights? So the Supreme Court has observed that pedestrian rights have the priority over the movement of the motor vehicles. So this is an important, this is the only aspect of this article that we should be knowing or marking it important. And this is it. And earlier also the Supreme Court has recognized that right to use footpaths and footways is a integral part of the Article 21. So this has been recognized in the recent case. Moving to the next article, which is about 11th Governing Council or Council meeting of Niti Aayog. Niti Aayog is a very important institution for be it for the prelims or the mains, and let's understand about the Niti Aayog and the outcomes of the 11th Governing Council meeting. So the primary question that I wanted to ask everyone who is watching this video is Niti Aayog a constitutional body, statutory body? So pause the video, comment your answer in the comment box, and let me know what is the answer from the most of the guys. So the surprising part is Niti Aayog is neither a constitutional body nor a statutory body. It is just an executive body decided by or set up by the central government in the place of Planning Commission. If you have noticed, the Planning Commission is also neither a constitutional body or the statutory body. It is also an executive body. So this part or this aspect has to be taken care, because this can be directly asked as a prelims based statement, and if we don't know the detail, there is high probability that we can get this statement wrong. So this, let's understand first Niti Aayog. This is an executive body set up in 2015. Usually it acts as a channel or a platform for ensuring or proposing furthering the cooperative federalism. So what is cooperative federalism? It is very important concept. Cooperative federalism meaning though the Indian federalism is a federalistic structure with a heavy tendency or leaning towards the center, however, there needs to be the cooperation between the center and the states for the smooth functioning of governance in the country. So, for example, let's consider the 7th schedule, which lists the concurrent subjects also. Meaning, on the concurrent subject, both the center and the state can enact a law. So for example, if consider the example of the farm laws, technically the center government can enact on farm laws. However, the agriculture is a state subject also. Farm laws or the marketing of agriculture is a concurrent subject. So without consulting state subjects, most of the states were reluctant to implement the farm laws. So to avoid the deadlock while implementing on the concurrent subject list, there needs to be a channel or the platform where the center and the state can discuss upon the policy matters. So Niti Aayog is providing that channel or acting as a platform for the cooperative federalism. Also, why I would be saying Niti Aayog acts as a platform for cooperative federalism, because it is primarily acting as a think tank without any financial powers. Niti Aayog doesn't have any financial powers for budget allocation or for devolution of funds to any state government. So it is acting as a think tank. So it is producing or it is giving its proposals to the government for the thinking part. So based on these proposals, they can develop the consensus between the state or the center government. So this is the overall objective for the constitution of the Niti Aayog. It acts as a previous policy tank for the government. It promotes competitive and cooperative federalism. Now the word competitive federalism also need to be understood. What is competitive federalism? Meaning the states are competing with other peer states positively in the parameters of development. For example, Niti Aayog developed many reports and indices related to human resources like health, education, or skills-based reports. So based on the ranking or aspirational districts program, also based on the ranking, it instills a positive competition among the states to achieve the higher goals or higher targets of the governance or the better targets of the governance in the country. So that way Niti Aayog is instilling positive competition among the states as well. So that's how it promotes cooperative and the competitive federalism. It provides strategic and technical advice to the governments as well. So what are the key features that are different from the planning commission or erstwhile planning commission bottom-up planning approach? So erstwhile planning commission doesn't include the state's opinion while devolving the funds. So instead the Niti Aayog works at the ground level for the inputs, policy inputs, and it passes that policy inputs to the state governments, and the state governments can decide upon the policy. And then state participation in policy making, if it is a common central issue which is important for both the center and the state, then the states also participates in the decision making of that policy. And then focus on innovation, entrepreneurship and evidence-based governance, act as a catalyst rather than fund allocation policy unit compared to the planning commission. So what is the composition? The governing council, which is the important part, is headed, apex body of the Niti Aayog is headed by the Prime Minister as a chairperson, and the chief ministers of all states would be the members of the Niti Aayog governing council. Chief ministers of UTs, lieutenant governance, vice chairman and members of the Niti Aayog, special invitees nominated by the Prime Minister. So this composition can be asked as a prelims based question, and functions, as we have already discussed, can be asked as a mains based question. So what are the key highlights of the meeting, or what is the theme of the 11th governing council meeting? It is inclusive human development for Vikasit Bharat 2027. So if you want to achieve developed country status by 2047, we need to we need to invest in the human development. Human development comprises both health, education and the skills. So this governing council meeting was primarily related as in how we can be increasing the budgetary allocations on the human development expenditure, or how to make more effective how to make the implementation of these schemes which are already in place more effective. So this is the first time that chief ministers of all states has been participated. This is also an important thing, and the states were encouraged to adopt outcome based approaches for improving human development parameters. parameters. See, what is the major issue with human development parameters in the country? It is huge regional disparities. Regional disparities are huge in terms of education parameters or health access parameters or the skill-based parameters. So reducing those huge regional disparities would be a challenging task, or would be a challenging task to the Niti Aayog and the state governments also. So different states need to adopt different outcome-based approaches rather than one-size-fits-all approach to the all states. Let's understand how the questions can be asked from this topic. They can be asking about the compositions or the objectives of the Niti Aayog, and you need to identify the right statements, and that can be asked as a prelims question. Or else this can ask you as the evaluation of the institution in the polity section. Discuss the role of Niti Aayog in promoting cooperative and competitive federalism in India. How has it succeeded in replacing Planning Commission as an effective institution of intergovernmental cooperation? In the conclusion, I think most of the body part we have discussed earlier. In the conclusion, we can comfortably say that it has evolved or emerged as an effective institution of intergovernmental cooperation, because erstwhile Planning Commission didn't include the state's opinion while devolving funds or while legislating any policies or determining the 5-year plans as well. So that's how it is more also a platform for the cooperative federalism. Moving to the next article, which is about temporary restriction on telegram during NEET UG re-examination. So everyone is aware of this topic. Everyone is aware of this incident that in the context of the NEET paper leak, a re-examination was conducted in less than a month. So as a part of enhancing the security for the re-examination process, the government has temporarily banned the telegram for a 10-day or a 1-week period during this examination period. What is the justification offered by the government for the suspension of the telegram in India? They have offered that telegram is primary channel used by the paper leakers to connect with the students, and unofficial channels or channels were created to spread the paper leak across the student community. So this has been the allegations against the telegram, and which provided the justification for the banning of the telegram during that certain period. So as it is a polity topic, we need to see the constitutional and the legal basis for this temporary suspension, because right to internet, right to access to internet is also a part of freedom of speech and expression given under 19. Internet shutdown, as Supreme Court also told, or the judiciary is of opinion that internet shutdown should be viewed only as a last resort. So this is impacting two rights: fundamental right for speech and expression, and the value of the fairness in conducting the examination. So how the Supreme Court has, or the judiciary has responded to this challenge, and what are the legal basis? Violation of rights, as we have discussed, it interferes with the freedom of speech and expression and the access to the internet. However, the Delhi High Court has decided temporary restriction is justified because it has passed the test of proportionality. What is test of proportionality? See, for example, any restriction on the right of an individual has to match the purpose for that restriction. For example, if I am saying temporarily I would be suspending the telegram operations in India, I should be justifying with the purpose because the telegram is acting as a major challenge or major source for the spread of, for the leaking of papers and for the connection of the offenders with the student groups and everything. So if I am justifying the purpose, then the measure that I have taken to temporarily suspend can be justified. So this is how the test of proportionality is applied in every case while decided by the judiciary. So also the Ministry of Electronics and IT has issued a blocking order under the section 69 of the IT Act. This telegram suspension is also justified under section 69 of IT Act 2000. What does section 69A says? It empowers the central government to block online information in the interest of sovereignty, integrity, security, public order, or preventing incitement to cognizable offence. So under these conditions, I can justify the blocking of any internet material or internet website under 69A of IT Act 2000. So this is the overall crux of this article. Moving to the next article, which is about 12 years of Panchayat reforms and innovation. Very important topic from the polity perspective. Panchayat Raj is very important for mains and the prelims aspect. So this article will give you the achievement section, so you don't have to worry or compile separately for the achievements of the Panchayat Raj institutions. So let's understand what are the key achievements. So the key achievements are the key programs of the Panchayat Raj ministry. The first program is the Rashtriya Gram Swaraj Abhiyan. What is Rashtriya Gram Swaraj Abhiyan? It is the hand-holding or capacity building initiative for the elected representatives. As we all know, these elected representatives are from the rural background. They might not be having expected, or they might not be having technical expertise, or the knowledge related to the administration and everything. So this Rashtriya Gram Swaraj Abhiyan will provide that hand-holding support in terms of technical skills or in terms of legal knowledge related to the administration process. So this data will help you to substantiate the positive impact of Rashtriya Gram Swaraj Abhiyan. So from between 2020 to 23 to 2025 and 26, more than 33 lakh women representatives have been trained under this initiative. So the next program initiative is Gram Panchayat Development Plans. So this Gram Panchayat Development Plans is the collective proposal of the panchayats related to the developmental initiatives that were proposed in that panchayat region. So this Gram Panchayat Development Plans will be proposed to the district administration for the further initiation or the further implementation prospects. So this Gram Panchayat Development Plans has been institutionalized across more than 2.55 lakh Gram Panchayats in the country. And Swamitva scheme, digital transfer, as far as digital transformation is concerned, Swamitva scheme has been success, because Swamitva scheme is a drone based survey which will give the property card to the rural people for their properties located in that village panchayats. So it reduces the property disputes. Also, it improves the access to the institutional credit. Institutional credit is a major issue faced by the villagers or the rural people. So this Swamitva scheme will help to authenticate the ownership of that property, which helps in the access to the institutional finance. Also, e-Panchayat ecosystem is one more initiative wherein everything, the digitized process of the conduct of business of panchayats are taken place. So more than 2.5 lakh panchayats have been integrated into the e-Panchayat ecosystem. Also, integration with the public financial management system has enabled real-time monitoring of panchayat finances. So finances is also one of the major challenge faced by the panchayats. So this real-time monitoring of finances, as in what are the central government funds given to the panchayats, and what percentage of funds are actually used by the panchayats for which activity. So this will improve the transparency and the accountability in the functioning. Meri Panchayat app is something that has been created, a connect between the common citizens and the services provided by the panchayat. So it enables citizen participation and access to the local governance information. So these are the key achievements. Apart from this, we need to see into the PISA Implementation Act also. So the PISA, regarding the PISA implementation, they have launched PISA Gram Panchayat Developmental Plan portal to establish or to give the detailed development proposals designed by the local panchayats. Also established established a Center of Excellence for PISA, introduced the first ranking PISA framework. So this ranking would promote positive competition among the PISA implemented areas. And Sashakt Panchayat Netri Abhiyan. What is Sashakt Panchayat Netri Abhiyan? As the name itself is suggesting, the leadership capabilities of elected women representatives will be strengthened under this initiative. Model women-friendly Gram Panchayats have been identified, and the Nirbhay Raho campaign has been launched to promote women's safety and participation in governance. Why the specific initiative has to be launched to enhance the women's safety in the panchayat? Because the constitutional mandate is at least 1/3 seats has to be given to the women. And in some states, positively, it's approximately 50% of the seats were occupied by the women. However, though it is a very positive achievement, on the other hand, Pati Panchayat syndrome is also an equal issue, meaning either those panchayats, on the paper it is handled by women, but in real sense at an effective level it is handled by their husbands, or else if the women wants to take charge and power and discharge their responsibilities being the head of the panchayat, it is heavily resisted by the male community of that rural village also. So to enhance the skills or to provide that capacity building to the women leaders and to enhance the security and safety of that women leaders, these particular initiatives have been launched to support women representatives. Also, Model Youth Gram Sabha initiative has been launched to engage school-going children across the residential schools or Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalayas, Ekalavya model residential school students to participate or to gain the first-hand experience as in how the panchayats actually work in the society. To foster that would create civic awareness and the democratic participation in line with the National Education Policy 2020. So these are the achievements or the initiatives carried out by the Panchayat Ministry. And apart from this section gives you about how the finance commissions have improved on the finances or budgetary allocations directly to the panchayats, and technology and rural AI governance. Panchayat Advancement Index is first developed or first launched in the 2025 to evaluate the digital progression of panchayats across the country level. So these are the few other initiatives that can be written if the question comes on the digital initiatives taken up by the Panchayat Ministry or any achievements taken up by the Panchayat Ministry. Moving to the questions, let's see what kind of questions can be asked on this topic. Digital governance has transformed the functioning of the Panchayat Raj institutions in India. Examine with suitable examples. So when you are examining with suitable examples, you need to say the achievements. So the achievements will be given in terms of the initiatives given in this article. Evaluate the role of the Panchayat Raj institutions in strengthening grassroots democracy. When you are evaluating role, you will say both achievements and the challenges in the implementation, like 3F problem, funds, functions, functionaries, and the issues faced by the women representatives. So these issues will be discussed in the body. Apart from this, the government initiatives to improve the functioning of panchayats will also be discussed in this question. Moving to the next topic, which is about Haryana Rajasthan MOU on 1994 Upper Yamuna Water Agreement. So this is an example of interstate peaceful resolution of interstate river water disputes. River water disputes. Also, this as an example can be considered as an example of competitive federalism. If these river water disputes are not resolved through peaceful means, or can be quoted equally as a cooperative federalism if these disputes are resolved peacefully. So depending upon the context, we can quote these interstate water disputes either under competitive federalism or as a cooperative federalism. Let's understand what is this article about. So Haryana and Rajasthan have signed an MOU to operationalize the long pending 1994 Upper Yamuna Water Sharing Agreement. So under this agreement, it will provide, the Haryana government will provide the sharing share for the allotted share of Rajasthan's Yamuna water through a dedicated underground pipeline, giving it as an example or making it as an example of cooperative federalism. Apart from this, we need to see what is the legal or the constitutional framework for the resolution of the interstate water disputes. So that is more important. Let's see what is the constitutional provisions. Article 262 directly speaks about the disputes related to the interstate water disputes. One thing that we need to see or take into notice is it explicitly bars the interference of judiciary in resolving these disputes, and it empowers Parliament. It empowers Parliament to resolve these disputes. So it is the Parliament which can enact a law under which it can resolve the interstate water disputes. So under this power, the Parliament has enacted Interstate River Water Disputes 1956. So it provides for the establishment of water dispute tribunals. Tribunal is kind of a quasi-judiciary body. So it will contain both judicial members and the expert members, and it goes for peaceful resolution of the dispute rather than rather than going for adversarial nature of the dispute. So so as a part of the process, so in 2019, Interstate Water Dispute Amendment Act 2019 has taken place, and it proposed for the Dispute Resolution Committee to attempt amicable settlement through negotiation within 1 year, extended by 6 more months. So it fixed the specific deadlines for the resolution, and it also proposed the setting of a permanent interstate water dispute tribunal with multiple branches yet to be operationalized. So what happens is, when the states complain to the center at its will establish the tribunal to adjudicate on that matter. Sometimes the award of the tribunal is very time taking, so the states are not happy with the tribunal award or not happy with the process how it is taking. So they will reach the judiciary, which creates a deadlock in the resolution of the process. So the 2019 amendment is trying to address these two challenges by fixing the specific timelines on the resolution of the water state disputes. Also by setting up permanent interstate water dispute tribunal, so that it doesn't become the discretionary power of the center government. So this is the part of the article that we should be looking into, and let's see how the mains based question can be asked from this topic. Interstate water disputes test the resilience of India's federal structure, because it can be a source of competition between the states also. Examine the constitutional and institutional mechanisms available for the resolution. So this part of the this part of the article will become the answer to this question. Cooperative federalism often offers a more sustainable approach to water governance than prolonged litigation. Discuss. Yes, important. Why? Because you will say what are the advantages offered with the cooperative federalism approach due to these issues, and what are the usual challenges in implementing rule-based approaches. So these would be the components for that question. Moving to the next topic, which is about gender quota in higher judiciary, breaking the class ceiling. So earlier in one of the articles, we have seen the role of judiciary in spreading or in promoting the gender diversity and the gender equality in the country. However, the paradoxical situation is the same gender diversity is missing in the higher judicial institution. So we will see, or we'll be shocked with the fact that the total strength of the Supreme Court is 37. The total sanctioned strength of the Supreme Court is 37. And what can be the number of women judges out of 37? Let's take a guesswork. I appreciate students who would comment their answers in the comment box. It's surprisingly the 2 out of 37 are women judges. So this reflects the poor gender diversity in the higher judiciary system. So this is one of the major structural issue faced by the judiciary, Indian judiciary. Why? Because see, when you include women judges, they offer diverse perspectives. which will help in balanced decision making while deciding on important judgments. For example, be it the Sabarimala judgment or any women related sensitive judgments, they offer diverse perspective, which is often rich because of the first hand experience compared to the male judges. So this will ensure the balanced policy making. So what is the context of the article? Recently, Justice V. Mohana has been appointed as a Supreme Court judge, and the achievement of Justice V. Mohana ma'am is she was directly appointed from the bar as the Supreme Court judge. What does it mean? Earlier she was a lawyer, and now she has been directly promoted to the Supreme Court as a judge, bypassing the route of the High Court. Why so? Because, for example, the traditional route of getting into the Supreme Court is first you will be acting as district court judge, and then you will be promoted to the High Court judge, and then you will be promoted to the Supreme Court judge. However, she has bypassed the entire process and she became the first woman in the country to be appointed from the bar directly to the Supreme Court as a judge. So she follows Indu Malhotra. The two women members in the Indian judiciary are currently Indu Malhotra ma'am, who is supposed to or who will become the first Chief Justice of India very soon, and ma'am Justice V. Mohana ma'am will be the second women judge in the judiciary. So this appointment also revived the debate on introducing a gender quota in the judiciary to address the persistent underrepresentation of women. So if the judiciary is not taking active steps to improve the gender diversity in the judiciary, so as a parliament exercising its power, shall it impose a mandatory gender quota to improve the gender diversity in the higher judiciary is the question that is worth exploring. So what is your opinion about this issue? You can drop a comment in the comment box. So let's understand what is the background of the story, because if this topic is being asked as a direct question, we need to know certain facts. So the facts is, as we have discussed, that she is the second judge after Indu Malhotra ma'am to be appointed to the higher judiciary, and only 15% of the judges, High Court judges, are women. So the better gender diversity is represented at the base level judiciary, which can be seen at the subordinate judiciary, the district courts and everything, subordinate courts. However, in the higher judiciary, women are highly underrepresented. So this is the overall context. And what are the international best practices? These are important things that you can be quoting down as a way forward or an important case study while writing the question, while writing answers on this topic. So courts in Canada, countries like Canada, Germany and Belgium have achieved around 50% women judges. So how is it possible that these countries have achieved approximately 50% of women judges in the judiciary? Belgium mandates that 1/3 of the judges should be coming from the women. Like we have imposed the constitutional mandate in the Panchayat Raj institutions and in the legislatures. So judiciary can actively take the lead from the legislatures and the Panchayat Raj, since the collegium appointments are usually done by the judiciary. They can actively explore the women representatives, or else the parliament can impose a mandatory constitutional legal mandate on the judiciary to increase the strength of the women to 1/3. South Africa has constitution requires that the body, judiciary as a body, should broadly reflect the country's racial and the gender composition. So this is also reason why the South Africa also has women majority bench. So what are the reforms that are suggested? Written policy to push the women representation, and transparent and objective criteria for judicial appointments, since there is no objective criteria followed by the collegium system in proposing the appointments. If they introduce the transparent criteria for metrics for appointment process, it would motivate more women. Also expand mentorship opportunities and leadership roles for the women advocates. There might be many women who aspires to become a judge, but despite this aspiration, lacking mentorship opportunities, they are not given the enough or equal opportunity to become judge. So this aspect can be taken care of. Strengthen gender sensitive infrastructure and workplace condition to improve the workability conditions for the women in the institution. So these are the important things that we need to know. However, there are few arguments that are related to imposing gender quota in the judiciary. What are the favorable arguments? It would rectify the historical and institutional underrepresentation. It would improve gender diversity, meaning it would provide rich perspective or varied perspective, and it would increase the legitimacy of the decisions also. So it creates role models for the young generation, and it moves beyond formal equality towards the substantive equality. We have seen the idea of substantive equality in the previous article also. So these are the arguments which we propose in favoring why there should be a legal mandate or constitutional mandate for women in the minimum section of women in the judiciary. However, there is also a concern or non-favorable arguments regarding top-down imposition of gender diversity. They say that judicial appointments should be based on merit. So if you are imposing any legal mandate that one third of the post should be given to women, it might compromise the rule of merit. But how far do you think this argument is valid, or is a very strong argument, rather very strong argument? So you can comment your opinion on the comment section. Mandatory quotas may be perceived as limiting the collegium discretion. So it is again an ethical issue or ethical dilemma between judicial independence and the judicial accountability, and it eliminates deeper structural barriers in the legal profession. Numerical representation may not eliminate, sometimes numerical representation may not eliminate deeper structural barriers. However, it is the quality of the judgments given by the women which will create a positive impact. So legal education, mentorship and career progression requires long time and more effort and more time. Women judges also face double burden issue, so that might compromise their time, or due to time poverty, as we have seen before also, it might compromise their discharge of the legal responsibility or the constitutional responsibility. That is also an argument, but these are arguments that can be rectified very easily if we try to create a gender just society. So that is about this article. Moving to the question that can be expected from this article, that is, representation of women in decision making institutions is essential for substantive equality. Discuss with reference to judiciary, higher judiciary. So in this, when you say discuss, you need to say arguments in favor and out of favor, and then the reform suggested, and then the conclusion. So this is how the answer should flow. And in the introduction, you can either use the context-based introduction, Mohana ma'am appointment, or the numerical strength, 2 out of 37 judges are women judges. So this is how the answer should be written for this question. Moving to the next article, which is about passport is not conclusive proof of citizenship. In the wake of SIR activity or SIR exercise happening in the country to prove the citizenship, the Supreme Court has held that the passport, or the Indian government is of the opinion that passport cannot be a sufficient proof to validate or to authenticate the citizenship. So what is the context of this article? Recently, the Ministry of External Affairs has clarified that Indian passport won't be considered as a conclusive proof of Indian citizenship. So what is the basic idea? Basically, it meant to say that passport is just a travel document. It cannot be used to authenticate your citizenship, Indian citizenship. Why it's so? Because see, one thing that we have to understand is citizenship is determined under the Citizenship Act 1955. However, the passport is issued under Passport Act 1967. So based on this parameter, that there are two laws which are different for authenticating citizenship and giving for the release or issuance of passport. The Ministry of External Affairs ministry has given the opinion to the judiciary that it cannot be taken as a conclusive proof of citizenship. So what is the Supreme Court judgment, or what are the Supreme Court views, judicial position on this? In Azhar Ahmad Khan versus Union India of case 1962, the Supreme Court has held that while possessing the Pakistani passport creates a strong evidence that he might be the Pakistan citizen. However, in the case of Razia Begum case 2008, that Supreme Court also held the opinion that mere possession of an Indian passport cannot be justified as the test or as a conclusive proof of Indian citizenship. So even the center and the judiciary is of the opinion on this issue that alone, the passport document alone does not become a conclusive proof of Indian citizenship, and passport can be treated only as a travel document. So what are the legal basis of citizenship? The constitutional basis is Article 5 to 11 of the Indian Constitution governs the citizenship process or the acquiring citizenship process. So and it gives the powers to the parliament to amend the citizenship criteria or to amend the citizenship criteria based on the need and time of the situation. So in that perspective, this Parliament has enacted Citizenship Act 1955, and under which citizenship can be acquired by birth if I'm born in this country and descent, your forefathers belongs to this country. Registration, if you are born outside the borders of the country but your parents are Indian citizens and they want you to be registered as Indian citizen, so in as a part of registration you will be noted down as an Indian citizen. Naturalization, foreigners when they give up their foreign citizenship after staying in India for so long, they can attain the Indian citizenship as well. Incorporation of territory, if India acquires any foreign territory, it can decide who can become the citizens of India and who cannot become the citizens of India. So this is the overall thing that we need to see, and apart from this, nothing much that we need to be looking into this article. Moving to the next article or the last article for this section, which is legal status of RSS. So what can be the legal status of RSS? The article is interesting because the RSS is neither a corporate entity, neither a society, nor a trust. It is just a body of individuals acting on a charitable purposes. So let's understand the context of this article. What is RSS? RSS is a non-political party, and it is a voluntary socio-cultural organization engaged in character building, social service and nation building activities. This is how it defines itself as a RSS, and it is founded in 1925 by the Keshav Baliram Hegdwar. And what is the legal position? It is a voluntary association of individuals not legally required to register under any central law because it doesn't exist as a because it merely exists as an association. So what is the Supreme Court stance on this? The Supreme Court stance is you can exist as a body of individuals till the time you pay the tax. So what is the legal position? It can own movable assets, it can maintain bank accounts, it can enter into legal proceedings, it can pay taxes, and various affiliated organizations of Sangh Parivar are separately registered under relevant laws. So based on this, it pays tax to the government. However, it is not claiming any tax benefits, or it is not claiming to be a society, trust or any association. And what will be the source of income for the RSS? It is the voluntary donations given by the members of the RSS under the name of Guru Dakshina. So this is the basis for the income of the RSS, and this income is a taxable income. So this is the overall context of this article, and let's move to the next subject, which is international relations. The first topic in the international relations is PM Modi's state visit to Seychelles. So location of Seychelles becomes important. This is Maldives and this is Seychelles. So these are one of the important Arabian Sea islands or Indian Ocean islands, considering the importance attached to the maritime security. So what are the outcomes of this visit? both of the countries have elevated their relation to the strategic partnership, and they signed multiple agreements and celebrated for 550 years of the diplomatic relations. So the visit also gave renewed momentum to India's Mahasagar vision for the Indian Ocean region. So what is the primary maritime policy of Indian government? Maritime policy of Indian government. So it is Mahasagar vision. So this is very important. So whenever there is a question on maritime partner, maritime nation, Indian, especially in the Indian Ocean, you can use that these outcomes will strengthen the India's Mahasagar vision in the conclusion. So this is important, and the parameters of the Mahasagar will be the pointers under which we will be evaluating that relationship also. This is how you will be generating the pointers for the IR answers. So apart from this, these are the key outcomes: elevation to strategic partnership. There are several agreements signed on UPI implementation, providing support to the healthcare, agriculture, providing support to shipping and the extradition treaty, and special economic package was also given for the Seychelles, and this assistance would remain demand driven, aligned with Seychelles' national priorities, a contrast to Chinese strategy of debt trap diplomacy. So what is the major difference between the India's approach and the Chinese approach? Chinese gives huge loans to the countries for unsustainable projects because it understands that the project is not sustainable, so the government may not be able to pay the debt and it will capture the ownership of that project. That's why that's how it lands itself on the foreign countries in the barge of or in the garb of the ownership of that project. It usually prefers the infrastructural projects, be it the maritime projects or the airport projects, so which are very near to the coast. So this is the debt trap diplomacy used by the China to gain the control or to gain the access to the smaller countries. However, India always follows humanitarian approach, which is the assistance will always be demand driven, demanded by the country, and it will be in line with their national priorities rather than imposed by the Indian government. So in ethics, there is a topic called ethics in international funding, and in that topic you need to be writing about these principles, and these principles are precisely the moral issues and the ethical challenges also. So moving to the next thing, as a part of it, PM Modi would be the first Indian Prime Minister to address the National Assembly, and he is also conferred with the Guardian of Blue Horizon, the award of Guardian of Blue Horizon, recognizing India's contributions to conservation and sustainable development. Apart from this, we should be more interested in understanding what is Mahasagar vision and what is the India's policy for its maritime partners. So India always says that it sees Indian Ocean as a shared space of opportunity. Opportunity meaning we need to grow together, we can cooperate with each other, and we need to grow together rather than imposing a hard attitudes or hard decisions on the small maritime neighbors. So India's approach treats Indian Ocean as a shared strategic space requiring collective action against both traditional threats like piracy, trafficking, and non-traditional threats like climate change and disaster risk. So in alignment with these principles or with these values, Mahasagar vision has been unveiled. So what is Mahasagar vision? The components of the Mahasagar vision: collective maritime security. So traditional threats and the non-traditional threats which arises from the Strait of Hormuz or from this this strait in the Arabian Sea. So close coordination between the Indian forces and the island forces are required to counter this traditional threats. Apart from this, the impact of climate change is getting exaggerated or getting aggressive year by year. So India will provide support to the island nations to protect themselves from the impact of climate change as well. Apart from it, working on the blue economy meaning sustainable usage of the oceanic resources, and the disaster resilience or the disaster management support, regional connectivity and the inclusive growth. And the importance is Sea shall act as one of the important destinations in one of the among the important sea lanes of communications in the Western Indian Ocean. So this is the overall essence of this article. Let's understand how questions can be asked. Discuss the significance of Indian Ocean region in India's strategic and economic interest. How does the Mahasagar vision strengthens India's role in the region? Significance of Indian Ocean region, you need to discuss the India's relation with important partners like Maldives and the Seychelles and the Sri Lanka also, to that matter. And then in maritime diplomacy has become an important instrument of India's foreign policy, discussed with the suitable examples. Even then, the India's relationship with these countries can be discussed. Moving to the next topic, which is about PM Modi's visit to Slovakia. This is an important development or interesting development. Why? Because PM Modi's visit is the first Indian Prime Minister visit to the Central European country, Slovakia. So what does it mean? It means that India is attaching importance to the Slovakia and we are interested in developing a partnership with the Slovakia. Also, India and Slovakia have elevated their bilateral relationship into the comprehensive partnership. This also signals an interest from both of the countries that they want to upgrade the relationship to multiple levels or to multiple areas of interest. And what are the important areas that they were be interesting in? Developing defense cooperation. So focus on joint development and joint production of defense equipment. One important factor that we need to take account is Slovakia is part of both NATO and EU. So in that context, Slovakia must be having access to the important or advanced military technology. By having good partnership with Slovakia, India can also benefit from the technological agreement or the technology know-how of the equipment by focusing on joint development and the production. And as far as trade is concerned, Slovakia is one of the major leader in the automobile industry. So India wants to leverage the Slovakia's strong automobile manufacturing phase by learning the technology and by increasing the exports to other countries. Also, apart from this, they are interested in working on digital cooperation as well as technology. So cooperation in space sector has been discussed, or collaboration in civil nuclear energy has been discussed. And India, there is a proposal to establish India chair on artificial intelligence at a Slovakian university for closer cooperation. This is the overall article from this, and one thing that we need to mention is Slovakia has become independent in 1993 after the disintegration of Czechoslovakia. So from 1993, India has maintained a favorable relations with the Slovakia. So this is one thing, and one more thing is Slovakia has played a very positive role in conclusion of India-EU FTA that was recently seen in the last year. So this is the overall few things that we need to remember from this article. Moving to the next article, which is interesting one. Trump's 1 million H-1B visa fees was struck down by the federal judiciary of the US. So what is the thing? Trump is known for announcing very aggressive and surprising measures. So as a part of it, he announced $1 million fees for issuing H-1B visa. So this move majorly impacted Asian students, especially the Indian students, because most of the Indians were utilizing the H-1B visa facility to go to USA and work for different STEM fields and the medicine fields. So this 1 million fees would demotivate the private employers also to send the Indian human resources to the USA, as well as the Indian students to go to the USA as well. But the good thing is now this fees has been declared unconstitutional and void by the federal judiciary of the US. So on what basis it has declared that this move of Trump is unconstitutional or void? So the court has said that even though it is appearing as a fees, it would be acting as a tax. So the tax imposing ability or the power to impose tax exclusively lies with the legislature, which means the Senate. As this move is not coming from the Senate and it is the executive action, Trump is legally not in a position to impose this tax on his own without the Senate permission or without the Senate approval. So on this basis, the federal judge has ruled out that this tax is unconstitutional and void. What is the US administration justification in imposing this 1 lakh tax? They say that it would discourage employers from replacing American workers with the cheaper labor force, and it also says in the long term it would address the concerns about the misuse program of the STEM skills. So this H1B visa is majorly given to the technical professionals, be it in the STEM field or the healthcare and the consulting field, and annual cap was already proposed for issuing this H1B visa. For example, for private employers, mostly 65,000 H1B visas can be issued for the private employers. So this is how the system was this working, and India received more than 70% of all H1B visas. So when this move was announced, it was the India which was more concerned because it impacts India heavily compared to any other country. So this is the overall crux of this article. So the next article from the IR section is Indian seafarers, global dominance and the growing vulnerability. In the wake of US-Iran conflict, we have seen attacks on Indian seafarers, and there were news that we lost Indian lives also during these clashes. So let's understand what is the background, as in why India is not involved in the conflict, but how come Indian seafarers are becoming the victims of this conflict. So the reason primary being, India has emerged as one of the world's top 3 suppliers of seafarers alongside Philippines and the China. So this is one of the major issue. There is a even in navy, even in maritime, we have merchant navy and the states or the national navy. So in the state navy, it is seen as a component of power of the country. However, in the merchant navy, it is the private sector who are involved in the business of export and import. They would be employing the ships and they would be employing the merchant navies. So the context of the article is Indians are India emerged as one of the largest 3 suppliers or one of the largest supplier of the merchant navy seafarers. So this impacted, or this has created the situation like if any violent activity is being carried out on any merchant navy ship in the Strait of Hormuz, it is highly probable that one of the victims of that incident would be an Indian. So this is the overall thing that we should be understanding. India has estimated and has an estimated 3.5 lakh seafarers globally working at any given time, with over half of them, like approximately 1.5 lakh, in the active service on the foreign flagged ships. So what is the major issue that Indian government cannot intervene in this matter proactively? Because see, most of the ships that the Indians are working are foreign flagged ships. What does it mean? These ships are registered and these ships are owned by the foreigners who are not under any Indian entity or Indian name. So the employers of these foreign flagships cannot be truly regulated by the Indian government. So this is the major issue faced by the Indian government in responding to these accidents on the Indian seafarers. So let's understand what are the reasons. The overwhelmingly majority of Indian seafarers work on the foreign flagged vessels, and this structural dependence on the foreign flagship restricts the role of the Indian government to protect them from any harm carried out by the third party on the Indian seafarers. So these are the major issues regarding, or this is the major reason regarding the death of the Indian seafarers in the crisis. What is the available options for India to deal with this issue? what India's track record of protection. So if there are any threats emerging from the Indian Ocean region, Indian Navy has been always the first responder. For example, in 2024, Operation Sankalp was carried out by the Indian Navy and the Coast Guard to protect merchant ships from the Houthi attacks. However, this issue is been different from the previous issues. Those Houthi attacks were majorly carried out by the private players, which is easy to control them, since the countries or the agents involved in in this crisis, particularly the USA and the Iran, are sovereign nations. India cannot unilaterally take any action against these nations and get involved in the warlike situation. So that is a major ethical dilemma faced by the Indian government to directly intervene to resolve this issue. However, what is the diplomatic? The classical response is the diplomatic protest can be definitely shown up by the India towards the countries who are engaging in these attacks. And the international architecture for protecting seafarers is the IMO is the major institution at the international level which sets the safety and the technical standards. However, it does not have any enforcement powers. On the other hand, UN clause is the major treaty governing the rules and regulations in the international waters. However, US never signed it, and Iran never ratified it. So both of them are not parties to UN clause. So no rule of UN clause are applying on them technically. So these are the ethical issues or the challenges which are constraining the India's response towards this issue. Let's understand how a major mains-based question can be asked from this topic. Maritime conflicts increasingly affect labor mobility, trade, and energy security. Discuss in the context of India's national interest. Energy security, we can be discussed about LPG and the petrol as well, and in the trade, exports and the imports and the stopping of these exports and the impact of these exports and imports to the West Asian countries, labor, seafarers, and the diaspora, Indian diaspora working on the foreign land in the West Asian countries. So on these parameters, this question can be addressed. Moving to the next topic, which is the Keir Starmer resigning as the UK Prime Minister. So in this question, we will be, or in this article, we will be analyzing as in how the appointment and the removal process of the Prime Minister of UK happens. And in polity, we have a topic called comparison of Indian constitutions with other constitutions. And under that, if you see the PYQs, all of them PYQs can be notified or classified under three countries: France, US, and the UK. Why UK? Because our parliamentary system is inspired from the UK system. So they can be asking precisely on any aspects of the parliamentary system differences. So in this, let's understand what is the major difference between the UK parliamentary system or the election related to the Prime Minister and the dismissal or the resignation related to the Prime Minister, and how it differs with the Indian case. So in the last one decade, the UK has seen 7 prime ministers changing in just one 10-year span. Usually the time span of any legislature or any government is 5 years. So in a 1 decade period of time, there should be 2 prime ministers. But apart from, overwhelmingly, it is the 7 prime ministers which have changed or which have changed in the last decade. So why does it is happening, and what is the constitutional loophole which is giving the leeway to this continuous change? So one distinction is, in UK, the 5-year term limit applies only to the parliament, not to the individual PM. Meaning, if the individual PM decides to resign, the government does not dissolve, or the legislature does not get dissolved automatically. The 5-year time limit is automatically given to the parliament. So what happens is, when the individual prime minister decides to resign, in the place of outgoing prime minister, the majority party will elect the new prime minister candidate in the post of the outgoing prime minister. It's just a change of place. It's just a vacancy being created and filled by some other person. It does not involve the dissolution or the resignation of the government. So in UK, it is very important. The prime minister is seen as a first among equals only. So the prime minister authority rests completely on the confidence of their own party members. If the party members does not show enough support to the current prime minister, he has to resign. So this how he would be replaced. First process is triggering a vacancy. If 20% of the majority MP, which is 20% of Labour MPs, declare that they don't favor the current prime minister, the National Executive Committee has to be set up, and this will be defining the timelines for the next appointment process. And candidate nomination, the candidates must be sitting members of the House of Commons. Like House of Commons is the Lok Sabha in the India. However, in India, prime minister can belong to both Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. This is the major point of difference that we need to see. And how the election to the next prime minister would happen, it is through preferential ballot. What is preferential ballot? For example, there are 5 candidates who are contesting for the post of prime minister. I will be giving my preference, who would be the first preference, who would be the second, third, fourth and fifth. And in the first round, if no one is getting enough quota, which is already decided, like the winner should cross more than 50% of the votes, then the last preference votes will be cancelled or will be carried out to the first preference. So this is how the preferential vote system will be carried out, and the prime minister candidate will be announced. So this is the overall comparison of how the executive, especially the prime minister, works in UK and India. Let's see how the question can be asked. Compare the process of appointment, tenure and removal of the prime minister in India and UK. On a similar basis, they have asked about the judiciary, and we were a little surprised. So while reading the magazines, you will be getting enough content to develop answers on these questions. Moving to the next topic, which is US Indo-Pacific Command renamed US Pacific Command. So this is a significant symbolic gesture by the current US administration, changing the name from US Indo-Pacific Command to US Pacific Command. So after this move by the US administration, there were critiques of the opinion, which are of the opinion that US wants to settle, or US wants to reduce the importance given to the Indian Ocean region, and this renaming is reflecting its priority shifting. So what is the background story? In 2018, the US administration decided that role of Chinese is getting more prominent, and we need to contain China. And in order to contain China, its focus should be shifting from Pacific to Indian Ocean as well. Meaning, when its focus is shifted from Pacific to Indian Ocean, naturally the counterweight to China was seen as the India was seen as a counterweight to the China. And during this period, when you have noticed, during the 2018 period, warm relations were shared between India and the US administration, and there were many technological and the defense agreements being signed during this period. However, the current administration is of the view that it should be working on the increasing the national economic capital, or increasing its share of exports, and securing its supply of critical minerals and everything. The one point that we need to know is China is undoubtedly the leader of the supplier of critical minerals, which are important for the next generation technologies, be it AI or electric vehicles or semiconductor or any chip manufacturing. So it understands the cost of getting into an open confrontation with the China. So this move was also seen as a kind of symbolic gesture given by the US, that it wants to have a balanced relationship with China and maintain a positive or a balanced relation with the China, and not flaring into the conflicts. So this signals a subtle but a deliberate shift of the Trump administration strategic framing, and Indo-Pacific construct is central to counter Chinese influence. However, now renaming may or may not reduce the importance of Indo-Pacific in actual strategic circles of the US administration, but this was seen as a huge big symbolic gesture. Also, this symbolic gesture will have an impact. It's the time which can decide whether it will have an impact on the institutions such as Quad and other technological institutions that US has formed with their partners in the Indian Ocean region, be it the Japan or the India or the Australia, and that is a move that we need to be watching keenly. So let's see how the questions can be framed from this article. Changing strategic priorities of major powers have significant implications for India's foreign policy. Discuss with reference to the Indian Pacific. So Indo-Pacific implications, we will be seeing what are the Trump's administration, be it in the trade or in the public humiliation or the public comments passed on their partner countries. So these would be the very developments that we would be discussing to address this question. Also, the next question will be, Indo-Pacific has emerged as a principal theatre of geopolitical competition in 21st century. Discuss India's strategic interest in the region. First, to discuss India's strategic interest in the region, you need to know what is India's vision of Indo-Pacific. India's vision of Indo-Pacific aligns with Asian centrality. What is Asian centrality? ASEAN is a institution which works on the principle of mutual benefit, trust and cooperation. So based on these principles, the Indo-Pacific, like we have seen Indian Ocean, it should be a shared space of prosperity rather than the strategic competition. That's the Indian principle related to Indo-Pacific, and based on this you can write an answer. Moving to the next topic, which is about India amending immigration and foreigner rules 2025. So recently the Union Home Ministry, not the External Affairs Ministry, has released or notified the changes to the immigration and the foreign rules 2025. So what are the major changes? Earlier, the foreigners who are on a visiting visa for 180 days or less, if they want to stay beyond 6 months, which is 180 days, they can register with any local police station or any local administration after the expiry of 180 days. Now, before the expiry of 180 days, they have to register themselves with the local police administration. And rule for visas extending 180 days, even for the visa category which were given for more than 6 months, even then after every 6 months they need to extend their visa registration by registering themselves with the local police authority. And these are the few things that were changed. Also, there is a relief for children born in India whether either of the parents are foreigners. Earlier, even if one of the parent is a foreigner, they should be registering their Indian babies with the registration office. However, now the parent, if one of the parent is an Indian citizen and if he wishes to be continued as an Indian citizen, he doesn't require a separate registration process. So this is also one of the important relief. And what are the other administrative changes? The hospitals, nursing homes and other medical institutions were provided with the strict instructions that every foreigner needs to be monitored carefully through the registration process. So these are the few changes that were introduced as part of the Immigration and Foreigner Rules 2025. The next topic, or the important topic which is of interest to the India, is China-Bangladesh talks on Teesta project. Teesta project is a major bone of contention between India and Bangladesh. Why? Because India is an upper riparian state in Teesta case and Bangladesh is the lower riparian state. Teesta river is a monsoonal river, so it has low water flow during the winter season. But however, Bangladesh is heavily dependent on the Teesta river for their rabi crops. So it always complains or says to the India that it has to increase the share of water release of the Teesta river during the winter season as well. But here the major issue is with the West Bengal government, because the West Bengal also utilizes a significant portion of the Teesta water for its own agricultural activities. So this has become a bone of contention between the India and the Bangladesh. So seeing the chance to intervene, China has proposed to develop the Teesta developmental region as a part of Teesta River Comprehensive Management and Restoration Project during his visit in 2026. And the recent elected Prime Minister, Bangladesh Prime Minister Rahman Tariq, has given that permission to the Chinese government. So this is the overall issue. Why? Because the location of this project area is an issue. It is heavily closely located to the Chinese to the Siliguri corridor, or the Chinese, or the chicken's neck. So that creates an dilemma for the India, because it can be utilized for the supervision purposes as well. And this is, or the supervision purposes or monitoring purposes as well of the Indian activities at the border regions. So this is the core contention from the Indian side. This is the overall topic from the IR perspective. However, learning about Teesta River is important from the geography perspective. It can be, the details about the Teesta River can be directly asked as a geography question. I think in 2017, the PYQ on prelims has been asked on Teesta River as well. Its source point and it's the location and the states it shares, the river is the parameters on which they have asked a prelims based question, like this one. See, for example, they will give you about multiple details about the Teesta River, and you need to identify the correct answer from the given statement. Or else, if they want to ask you about the Teesta River as water sharing agreement as an IR topic, let's see how they can be asking. Teesta River water dispute illustrates complex intersection of federalism and foreign policy, because even the government, in central government, want to resolve the Teesta water issue with the Bangladesh government. However, it is due to the West Bengal government interference, or West Bengal which has objected the any leeway given to the Bangladesh. So the project or the proposals had been postponed. So in this manner, you need to implicate, or you need to discuss about the role of federal challenges as well in concluding bilateral agreements. So transboundary rivers have become instruments of both cooperation and strategic competition in South Asia. Discuss with suitable examples. Strategic cooperation in terms of biodiversity conservation, you can show it as an example. Competition, why? Because both India doesn't want any Chinese presence in its close boundary countries. However, the Chinese presence will always be appreciated as a bargaining chip by the border countries. So this is how you will be writing answer to this. Chinese growing infrastructure footprint in South Asia has significant geopolitical implications for India. Discuss in the context of Bangladesh. So this pointer can be used as a substantiate to write this question. Moving to the next topic, which is about India and UK launching critical minerals global supply chain observatory. So they have launched it as a joint initiative to monitor and analyze global supply chain of critical minerals through a data-driven platform. So this is to ensure the supply security of the critical minerals for both of the nations. Moving to the next topic, which is about India resuming tourist visas for Bangladesh nationals. India now has decided to start accepting tourist visas from the Bangladeshi nationals after 2 years, considering the violent protest and the activities taken upon the Indian entities in the Bangladesh. So even during these 2 years, the health visas were kept intact. Now the Indian government is extending the tourist visas to Bangladesh also. Moving to the next topic, which is about foreign universities get green light to open Indian campuses. So the Union Education Minister has issued letters of approval to foreign universities to operate their university branches in India as a part of National Education Policy 2020. So what are the three universities that got letters of approval? Universities of Bristol, Universities of York, and University of New South Wales. So this will encourage other South Asian students to come to India and study in India, since they can get the same education without visiting the Western countries. So which will reduce the cost of education for other South Asian bordering countries as well. So this would increase the element of internalization internationalization, which we have seen as a challenge in the university rankings topic. So moving to the next topic, which is about the last topic, Taiwan firing HIMARS into the Taiwan Strait. So Taiwan military conducted a live fire exercises, firing rockets, which is known by the name of HIMAR, supplied by the US into the Taiwan Strait, the narrow body of water separating from Taiwan and mainland China. So this is also a symbolism shown by the Taiwan that it has to be self-reliant or self-dependent rather than depending entirely on the US for its own security needs. So this is the last article of IR section. The last article is this one, EU's law allowing offshore deportation centers. So the EU has recently passed a legislation, written regulation, with the name written regulation, meaning it allowed EU member countries to set up offshore deportation centers, written hubs in the non-EU countries. So there are a few parameters that non-EU countries should satisfy, and the deportation centers can be set up by the EU countries in those non-EU countries. First example is it can deport irregular immigrants to the third party using bilateral agreements. Maximum detention can be increased from 6 months to 2 years. Only unaccompanied minors would be exempted from these rules. Otherwise, everyone would be taken to the third party country. And third party host should uphold human rights and the non-refoulement principles, meaning without they cannot forcefully force the immigrants to go to their source country. So this is the non-refoulement principle. And moving to the next subject, which is the science and technology. The first article featured in the science and technology is RTX Spark chip. So NVIDIA, a major semiconductor company, has partnered with Microsoft to launch a new chip called NVIDIA RTX Spark chip. So what is the speciality of this chip? It enables personal AI agents, AI creation tools, and RTX gaming on device itself. So your mobile will become an AI agent in itself. You don't have to rely on the ChatGPT or the Gemini, which are currently AI based tools. You yourself can train your mobile as an AI agent. So that is becoming possible with this RTX Sparks chip. So this is the overall importance of this chip, and it will represent a shift towards AI first personal computers. Apart from this, nothing much that we need to really understand or mark from this article. Moving to the next one, which is about digital sovereignty in the age of geotech politics, in the tech geopolitics. Why? Because see, be it the AI platforms or the cloud service providers, most of the cloud service providers and the AI platforms are the Western owned platforms, majorly the US owned platforms. So in the event of any issue, any geopolitical issue between the country and the US, there is a clear possibility that the US companies can muscle this as a power against the other countries. So what is the basis for this conclusion? Recently, in the Nayara Energy Microsoft incident, this sovereignty gap has been reflected. What happened is, Nayara Energy is one of the India's refining company with significant Russian shareholder, Rosneft. So when Russian companies were facing the sanctions imposed by the US government, so this led to the disruption of cloud services from the Microsoft due to US sanction compliances, which means it's my company working in my soil. However, I'm dependent for the cloud services on the other country, so that country can muscle my working capacity. So this is creating a sovereignty gap, or this is creating a debate about the digital sovereignty issue. So what are the major issues that India can face if it is heavily dependent on the foreign infrastructure for the digital security? Weaponization of interdependence, as we have seen in the earlier incident. So they can stop the cloud services that means critical national infrastructure is subject to extraterritorial reach on the foreign laws. And AI hegemony, even the AI hegemony, large language model programs, anything is, or AI models is continuously being developed by the data that we are supplying. And as we know, India is a huge market using its data or supplying its data, but in any case we are not getting any reward or any share in the or any table in the progress of this AI tool. So even the AI hegemony is a major issue, and the tendency trap, relying on foreign hardware and software, undermines digital Atmanirbharta because that can be flexed or that can be misused at any time by the other countries. So what should we doing to address these issues? Operational sovereignty, meaning you need to strengthen the control over the digital infrastructure beyond localization. In India currently we have rules that our data should be stored locally instead of sending to the US service. However, we also need to work upon the development of critical digital infrastructure. Indigenous cloud ecosystem, Meghraj is the indigenous cloud infrastructure project, and like Meghraj, we need to expand on the cloud services projects as well, and develop Indian AI Sarvam AI model, which has been seen in the EAI mission or the AI exhibition recently. So likewise, you need to develop the tailor-made AI models for the Indian context. And semiconductor self-reliance using Semicon Indian program, global digital partnership using DPI diplomacy. So this is one of the major issue that has been faced by the Indian government as to how to become digital Atmanirbharta, considering the huge potential of misuse by the foreign countries as well. So let's see how questions can be asked in GS2 and GS3. Digital technologies have become instruments of geopolitical competition. Examine the implications of technological dependence on India's strategy. Yes, the implications are not so great because China is known for surveillance also through its devices. So we cannot completely depend on other countries for our own strategic security needs. So that's how we need to say, like in the conclusion, we need to be self-reliant, or Atmanirbharta should be promoted in the digital space as well. If it is a cyber security question, critical digital infrastructure is increasingly vulnerable to geopolitical disruptions. Discuss the challenges and suggest measures. So these would be the challenges, and these would be the measures that you can be using to write this question. Moving to the next topic, which is about India losing ability to build its own instruments. So the Mega Science Vision 2035 report led by Indian Institute of Science has highlighted that since India is highly depending upon the foreign instruments to calculate or to monitor its climate change data or to collect its climate change data, it is prone to inaccuracy. Why it is prone to inaccuracy? First is data credibility. Most of the imported equipment which were developed in the western region or the west part of the western countries, they are developed according to their own climatic conditions and sensitivity parameters. So that might not be working in the South Asian climatic conditions, which might lead to inaccurate data production. Also, procurement reason is a major issue because India has a principle, or government has a principle, that lowest bidder will be giving that bid. However, this may lead to the acquiring of substandard equipment. So this might be leading to the authenticity, leading to the questioning of authenticity of the climate change data that India will be releasing. So what should be done? We should be starting building our own hardware equipment and using our own indigenous earth models. So these would be the certain way forward points that we should be doing to reduce the dependence on the foreign countries for the equipment, for the monitoring equipment. So moving to the next topic, which is about 100 years of solar data reveals clues to the sun's 11-year cycle. So the Kodaikanal Solar Observatory and the observation of 100 years of solar data has given us certain observations regarding the sun solar 11-year cycle. So what is it? In sun, the energy is transmitted using the convection process, not the radiation or the condension. So convection meaning it moves vertically, so it creates super granulations, meaning giant convection cells that form a network on the solar surface. So in this, when these cells reach to the top surface, it leads to the, or it is coincidentally matching with the 11-year cycle activity also. So this impression, like as in the journey or the distance of these super granulation models, will help scientists to assess the 11-year cycle and be prepared for the solar storms and the solar activity. Why? Because see, this 11-year cycle influences magnetic fields and the solar activity, which will improve, which will lead to the solar storms and the disruption of the communication networks. So this can improve the prediction and the understanding of irradiance variations in the sun. This is all about this article. Moving to the next one, which is about blue micro moon. It is composed of two words, blue moon and the micro moon. Let's understand what is a blue moon. Blue moon is called the moon when it is the second full moon in the calendar month. So it is either the second or the third full moon in the calendar month, then it is called blue moon. And when it is called a micro moon, when the full moon is occurring against near the moon's apogee. So what is apogee? Farthest position from the earth, and perigee is the closest position from the earth. So when the moon is located at the farthest position, when the moon is located at the farthest position of the earth, this is called apogee. And when full moon happens at this position, it is called micro moon, because it is usually it is usually the smaller and the dimmer version rather than a typical moon. And when this moon is the second full moon of the month, it is called blue micro moon. So this is all about this topic. Moving to the next topic, which is about isobutanol. We have recently seen the E20 blending, which is ethanol blending for the petrol vehicles, for the normal vehicles. On a similar basis, isobutanol blending is considered for the blending of the diesel based vehicles to improve the energy security in the country and decarbonize the road and highways sector. So what is this isobutanol? It is a biofuel, industrial solvent and the chemical intermediate in the manufacture of paint and coating and everything. So recently, technically, considering the energy density or the water absorption or the corrosiveness or the engine compatibility or the fuel efficiency, isobutanol is much better than the ethanol. So this option may lead to the better acceptance from the consumers in the country. So better fuel economy than ethanol, easier storage and transport, and fewer engine modification. So adapting isobutanol blending won't be a major issue for the Indian consumers. And so the India is evaluating 15% blended diesel as the next step in its biofuel strategy. But one of the major issues that we need to see is, since it is a biofuel, we need to see which generation biofuel it is. If it is a first generation biofuel, which is a crop based biofuel, usually the sugarcane based biofuel, which is water insensitive, we are depriving ourselves of the water security. So any biofuel should be the second generation or third generation or fourth generation biofuel compared to the first generation biofuel. So this is the overall issue with the biofuels as well. Let's see how a question can be asked from this topic. India's transition towards cleaner transportation requires diversification beyond ethanol blending. Discuss. Yes, India's transition towards cleaner transportation, because you can discuss about diesel blending also, you can discuss about electric vehicles also. All these components can be discussed as a part of this answer. Moving to the next topic, which is about bolide. Bolide is an exceptionally bright meteor that explodes or fragments in the Earth atmosphere. So this article, we have given the related terms. While reading the related terms, we will be understanding what is bolide, what is meteor, what is comet. If the component of a meteor explodes violently, it is called bolide. So meteor is any space object burning in the atmosphere, and fireball is if it is unusually bright object or bright meteor, it is called fireball. Bolide is it explodes violently, creating a huge sound waves in the atmosphere or in the region where it explodes. It is called bolide. So what are the key effects? It creates bright flashes, shock waves, and the sonic boom. So the sound waves. So this is the impact of the bolide. Moving to the next topic, which is about synthetic intelligence. So this is very important, and we can expect an ethics based question also. What is synthetic intelligence compared to the artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence is, as a machine, we are training the machine to acquire or to acquire the intelligence of a human being and act like a human being. On the other hand, what is synthetic intelligence? As the name itself is suggesting, it is a computing system that will create or that will mimic human intelligence not by the machines, by the cultured neurons. So the brain is the process, or the brain is the center for the intelligence. So what we are doing in synthetic intelligence is we are artificially culturing the neurons, which will act as agents of intelligence, and based on these neurons we are prompting these neurons to do certain activities which will lead to the intelligence, and this process is called the synthetic intelligence. Let's see the definition. It refers to the computing system that utilize biological components such as cultured neurons to perform cognitive tasks. These biological computers use living cells. So this raises the ethical issue, as in how man can be utilitarian as far as other forms of life is concerned. So that physically adapt, learn, respond to environmental stimuli to process information. So this is the basic idea of the synthetic intelligence. This was coined by philosopher John Hageland in 1980s. There are absolute advantages offered by the synthetic intelligence compared to AI. Why so? Because energy efficiency. If energy efficiency is a major parameter that we are looking at the AI development, because conventional AI consumes lot of energy and water resources as well. However, synthetic AI can operate only on 20 watts, which is very negligible power requirement. So this architecture, the computing in the AI happens at different location. However, the neuromorphic computing, which is seen in the synthetic AI, happens simultaneously at a single location, like how it happens in our own brain. So it also reduces the cost of the development of the intelligence. However, AI creates an ethical genuine issues also in the development. Why? Because how far it would be acting against the challenges, or how far it would be acting taking the inputs of the environment, is still a concern that needs to be seen. Also, synthetic AI are better adapted compared to artificial intelligence to possess genuine cognition, enabling them to navigate reality without the brittleness of the current algorithms. So this is how the synthetic AI is designed. And what would be the challenges? Engineering challenges, obviously scalability will be an issue, and ethical uncharted territories. We really don't know the aftermath consequences or the development of this synthetic AI, which can lead to an ethical challenge also. So let's see how a prelims and a mains based question can be asked. They can give you multiple statements based on the synthetic AI, and you need to identify right answer. And on the other hand, if they ask you the mains question, let's see how it would be. What is synthetic intelligence? How does it differ from artificial intelligence? Discuss its potential applications and the challenges. Fairly simple question that we can directly answer from the article. If it is an ethics based question, can intelligence exist without consciousness? Examine from the ethical and the philosophical perspective. So this is something that we should be writing upon. How we would be discussing intelligence can be existing without consciousness? No. Intelligence or talent or technology is a neutral element, and it is the ethics and the morality which helps to use this technology for the greater benefit rather than using for the selfish reasons. So consciousness is very important while deploying the intelligence, otherwise it may lead to unwarranted experiences as well. For example, let's consider the rocket technology. If the country develops it for defending its own security needs, it is missiles. If it is delivered by any miscreant like terrorists, it is unethical. So that's how the intelligence is a neutral thing. Without consciousness, intelligence cannot be used for the humanity. Moving to the next article, which is about epichlorohydrin. So India has decided to ban the epichlorohydrin, which is used in the tea bags. So what is it? What is this epichlorohydrin? It is a chemical used in the Indian tea bag paper to improve wet strength and preventing the bag from the tearing in hot water. However, they have been noticed that we were not very clear. There was no scientific research or the clear study on the leaching and the leaching impact of this chemical in the chemical to humans, and now the recent research indicates that it can be probably a carcinogenic to the human beings. So based on the recent research that it can possibly act as a carcinogenic agent, the government has decided to ban it. So after this, the Indian government or FSSAI has decided to mandatory conduct the migration test to ensure that no leaching is happening, and standards for paper, thread and everything was released objectively, and it will lead to enhancing the traceability features also. Moving to the next question, which is about shigellosis. It is a highly contagious bacterial disease which is zoonotic in nature, and there have been cases that the spread of shigellosis was reported across the Kerala. Most of the zoonotic cases were spread. There are good chances to spread easily in the Kerala because of certain reasons. For example, what are the reasons for this spread? Most of the deforestation is an activity that is going on, and human habitations are more closely located to the forest resources, which are the sources of this VIL. So these are the reasons which are increasing the risk factor for the community or the habitations which are located near the forest resources. Let's see how the disease is spread through fecal oral routes, contaminated food, water, close contact or poor hygiene. Fecal oral route is also the route for the polio disease. So while reading diseases, you need to see how is the spread mechanism happening and what are the symptoms. Diarrhea, stomach cramps, fever, normal symptoms, and there is no treatment available, especially the only preventional or the management treatment is available, like taking basic antibiotics or the ORS, and everything is the only possible. And who are the high risk groups? Children under 5, elderly and the immunity compromised individuals are high risk groups. So what is also an issue, AMR is making it difficult to treat this. Beforehand, it is easy to treat shigellosis. Now AMR is making it difficult to treat the symptoms of the shigellosis. So that is one of the major concern. So how the prelims based question, they can give you the parameters, spread, child risk and the vaccination and the medicine and everything, or symptoms, everything, and you need to identify the right disease from the given option. So moving to the next topic, which is about Solar One. Solar One is US 24/7 operational space weather monitoring center. So this is the Solar One is an US project which is acting as a 24/7 space weather monitoring center. It is positioned at the L1 position, and what is the major function of the solar, as the name itself is suggesting, it will monitor solar winds, coronal mass ejection to provide early warnings of the solar storms. So the solar storms impact the communication and the GPS systems of us. So it is very important to monitor solar storms and take preventive actions for reducing the impact on the communication and the GPS networks. So this is the overall article of the Solar One. Moving to the next one, which is Varya. Avatar is an company, which is an AI native transformation company, has launched a recent tool called Varia. Varia is the AI based video generation tool. So what is the speciality of the Varia? You can give the prompts or images, you can translate the prompts or images into culturally relevant videos. And what is more speciality, it would make culturally appropriate videos compared to the Western generated AI generated videos. So this is all about Varia. Moving to the next topic, which is about Graves telescope. So the researchers from India and Japan have decided to use the data from the Graves telescope to track the upper atmosphere phenomena or the temperature in the sun magnetic field. So what is this Graves 3 all about? It is India's premier cosmic ray observatory located in Ooty at an altitude of 2200 meter. So what is the major function? It would observe the cosmic ray activity in the upper atmosphere. So origin, acceleration and the propagation of cosmic rays, especially they would be focusing on the gamma rays and the solar activity and the thunderstorms using cosmic ray muon. So it also houses, one of the other speciality is it also houses largest tracking muon detectors globally. So what are muons? It is subelectric particles of an atom. So they can track, or the Graves 3 can track muon detectors globally. How the question can be asked? They can be given the location and the primary purpose and the primary purpose and the activity as the major statements, and you need to identify the right answer from this question. Moving to the next topic, which is WT Marut. So the wind Marut representing the wind energy. So the wind turbine supply chain management WT Marut was recently launched by the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy and India Wind Turbine Manufacturer Association on Global Wind Day 2026. So what it would be? WT Marut is first dedicated digital platform connecting manufacturers with suppliers, enhancing data security, promoting Atmanirbhar in wind project. So wind is an important non-renewable energy for India, and India stands as the fourth largest supplier of wind energy globally. Since we have the longest coastline, there are lot of favorable factors for the generation of wind energy in the northwestern region, also in the coastal region also. So it is us, we need to capitalize this wind energy for improving the wind energy security. So moving to the next article, which is about government banning 16 fixed combination drugs. So let's understand what is fixed combination drugs. In a drug, there will be one active element or one active ingredient which will produce the desired effect. So for example, fixed combination drugs will have two or more active ingredient, plus two more active ingredient, which will produce desirable results. So how they would be using? They would be using in the derma products, or they would be using certain antibiotic products. So recently the government has noticed that there are 16 FDC drugs. However, their efficacy in terms of FDC drug is very less. So the government has decided to ban these 16 FDC drugs. What is the major reason for or justification for banning? It will prevent the spread of the AMR. Unnecessary taking of drugs will lead to the spread of AMR only. Moving to the next topic, which is about Project Nimbus. Project Nimbus is a project between the Israel government and the Google government. So it is basically a cloud computing project between the Israel and the Google and the Amazon services. So what happened is, when Sundar Pichai went to Stanford University and delivering a speech, over 100 Stanford students protested against his speech opposing Project Nimbus, saying that this project will be used against the Palestinians by the Israeli government. So Google should not involve themselves in this project, taking the moral responsibility of the consequences. So apart from this, nothing much that we need to be knowing about this project. Moving to the next topic, which is about recurrence of Nipah virus in the country, in the Kerala again. So let's see what are the reasons why these zoonotic diseases are always occurring in Kerala. First, let's learn about Nipah virus. It's a zoonotic negative sense single-stranded RNA virus, and fruit bats, pigs will be acting as a intermediary host. Animal to zoonotic, animal to human contaminated fruits, or human to human. So first it's animal to human, again it's human to human, or any contaminated fruits or any food items taken up by these bats or pigs were eaten by human beings. There is possibility that they would be contracting Nipah virus. So what is the symptom? Fever, respiratory illness, acute encephalitis, coma if it is a major case, and fatality rate or the mortality rate would be high in this virus. So diagnosis, RT-PCR is the diagnosis used to detect whether it is Nipah virus or not, and then no approved vaccine or treatment is available. It is only the management strategy which will give some respite to the patients. So what is the reason why it is happening every time? Natural reservoir, Indian flying fox present in the forest, in the Kerala forest. Also seasonal spillovers due to fruiting seasons, bad breeding cycles will lead to increased viral shedding, and any human being passing by that route and getting into contact of that viral shedding may become the reservoir of the Nipah virus. And then high human exposure because of the human settlements close to the forest resources combined with plantation forest fringes becomes also a heavy risk factor. And ecological vulnerability, Western Ghats biodiversity, dense human population, deforestation, habitat fragmentation, urbanization. So these reasons would good hold for any zoonotic disease. If the mains question on environment comes from as in what are the major reasons why these days zoonotic disease are increasing, these reasons would be the answer for that component. Broader zoonotic hotspot, it is also the same Kerala is also hotspot to KFT and other diseases as well because of the above reasons. Let's see how a prelims based question can be asked. They can give you multiple statements about Nipah virus and you need to highlight the important answer. Then the last article, then the next article in the space section is India Space Odyssey. Odyssey is the journey. So this article will reflect as in what are the India's initiative and how India is performing in its space journey. So India is recently evolving as a global space powerhouse, targeting 40 to 45 billion space economy by the next decade. And what is the promising feature that we can achieve this by the next economy? Private sector participation. As we have recently seen about the Skyroot launch of the rocket, also successful launch of the rocket by the private from Skyroot. So the private sector participation is coupled with the ISRO effect can make India as a space economy, make India as a global space power, targeting with the resulting into the economy of 40 to 45 billion dollars. So what are the future missions or the important missions carried out by the ISRO? Chandrayaan 3, we know. What is Chandrayaan 4? Sample return mission. So now the Chandrayaan 4 will carry out the lunar sample to the earth. And what is LUPEX, which is collaboration between India and the Japan. So they both will explore the lunar south pole collectively. And regarding sun, we have Aditya L1 mission placed at L1 point to explore the sun mysteries. Also we have Venus orbiter mission to explore the Venus, and ExpoSat to continue the data gathering from the astronomy. And Gaganyaan is the human and Gaganyaan is our indigenous human project into the space, wherein we will send our astronauts and they will be staying in the space for a few days, which will will create or which will lead to the establishment of Bharatiya Antariksh Station, which is similar to International Space Station, but this would be our own International Space Station, which is scheduled for the 2028. Like, if everything goes well, if Gaganyaan mission goes well, then in 2028 we can see our own space station in the space. So what is the conducive factors or the policy factors which is helping them? It is due to the interest of the renewed interest of the private sector participation, and reforms like Indian space policy and India Space and NSIL have created the conducive environment for the private sector participation. So these are the things that we need to be noting down as in why India space sector is thriving. So apart from this, nothing much that we should be seeing down. Anyway, in this topic can be asked as both prelims and the mains topic. So they can ask you about the Indian space sector, or they can ask you about different missions carried out by ISRO, and you need to identify the right answer. If it is a main space question, let's see how it is being asked. Discuss the significance of India space policy in transforming India's space ecosystem. Challenges remaining, and you can propose the way forward also. Space policy, you need to write the features of space policy which catered or which fueled the private sector participation and the impact of private sector participation. And if there are any challenges faced by the private sector participation, you need to discuss those as well. Private sector participation is reshaping India's space economy. Examine the opportunities and the challenges associated with the commercialization of the space sector. So these two questions focus on the role of private sector in the India space economy. Moving to the next article, which is about Murchison Wildfield Array. It is basically a low frequency radio telescope located at Murchison Radio Astronomy Observatory, Western Australia. So what is it going to do? It is going to take the wide view of high resolution of the sky mapping using it will go for the pulsar survey as well. So what it does is it usually maps the sky and the astronomical phenomena happening in the sky. Apart from it, it will also map the pulsar events in the sky. So what are pulsars? Pulsars are rapidly rotating neutron stars that emit huge energy. So they would be looking into the pulsar because study of black hole is an interesting activity for most of the astronomers. Before black hole, the pulsars would be the phenomena that we can be noticing to see how neutron stars will be translated into the black hole. So that way, this radio telescope will help us to identify the black holes and the phenomena with the black holes better. Moving to the next topic, which is about the Gagan. So Gagan is basically India's satellite-based augmentation system. So what is augmentation system? Developed by the Airports Authority of India and the ISRO. So Gagan will improve the GPS accuracy for the airports, and it will improve the reliability for the civil aviation and the air traffic management. So how does it work? If there is a ground reference station detecting GPS errors, it will send its signal to the master control center, and then it will send its uplink station meaning satellite station, and then this satellite station will deliver its signals to the aircraft. So this is how the Gagan would be working. Precisely, we need to see who developed Gagan network by ISRO and the Airports Authority of India, and it is to improve the air traffic signal management. Moving to the last section, which is the culture part. The first article featured in culture is excavations at the Rakhi Gadi. Rakhi Gadi is very, very important IVC site from our own side, because most of the IVC sites like be it Harappa or Mohenjo-daro are shared by the Pakistan. Now Rakhi Gadi is being developed as one of the important IVC site because it is located in Haryana. And let's see what are the excavations in the Rakhi Gadi. So recently they have ASI, Archaeological Survey of India, has nearly sent 5,000-year-old skeletons have been unearthed from the Rakhigarhi site. So what is the major objective of studying this skeleton? Facial reconstruction, to see how they would be looking, what would be the genetic features that they are sharing, and how the present Indians can correlate with the IVC people. Also, this excavation given us more insights about the IVC. Like for example, they have seen unprecedented number of burial offerings. See, for example, these are the excavations that we have noticed in the Rakhigarhi. When you see, this is the skeleton, this is some person, and you can see burial offerings in terms of pots, and the number of pots with burial offerings is not the same. So it represents the social inequalities or social status differences. So there is obviously the rich and the poor category in the IVC civilization as well, and they might be believing in the life after death. So the person was buried with the items of their own or their liking, so that they believed that the person will utilize these items after the death. So these excavations have given us these inputs from the Rakhigarhi. Let's see how a prelims based question can be asked. They can be given about they can give the multiple statements about the Rakhigarhi, and you can be identifying the right option, or else they can give the site and the location. They can give you multiple IVC site, and you need to identify whether they are located at the right state or not. On the other hand, if they have asked you as a mains question, they can ask you like recent archaeological discoveries reshaping our understanding of the Harappan civilization, discuss with suitable examples. With Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, we have understood how the town planning system has evolved in IVC. Now with Rakhigarhi excavations, we know how the social status were different, or differential social status was present during IVC civilization. So moving to the next article, which is about gift diplomacy. So Prime Minister, whenever he visits an other country, he usually showcases Indian heritage and Indian cultural products by gifting them to the foreign dignitaries. So as part of it, so he has also discussed, he has also given few gifts. For example, Kalankari Mahabharata painting to the French president when he was attending the G7 summit. Kalankari is from Andhra Pradesh. It is an Indian textile format. This is Kalankari painting, wherein they will use a natural organic dyes to paint the fabric, and it is from the Srikalahasti, Andhra Pradesh region. Also, they can so the French president wife was given a Pochampalli silk stole. So Pochampalli is from the Telangana hand-woven textile stole, and brass Dokra antelope center to the Slovakian president. This is brass Dokra set, and how where it was famous, it is practiced by the tribal artisans in eastern part of the country. So eastern country has developed this Dokra art as well. And then the Teva motif chucklings, this is cufflinks. This is the Teva motif cufflinks given to the Slovakian president as well. So they are known for intricate gold engravings on the colored glass. So these are the gold things which are engraved on the colored glass. So this is the art of Teva motif cufflinks, and it is the art from the Rajasthan, famous from the Mughal rule as well. And the Slovakian speaker was gifted with Charaka Samhita, Sushruta Samhita and Tekwa. Tekwa is the sweet usually prepared during the Chhat festival in the Bihar and the Jharkhand region, while Charaka Samhita is a Sanskrit text on the Ayurveda, attributed to the Charaka saint, and Sushruta is the book on the surgery given, and it is treated as a foundational treatise on the surgery written by the Sushruta. So Tekwa, as we have discussed, and apart from this, they have also given Nagauri Ashwagandha from Rajasthan, Lakadong turmeric from Meghalaya, Ramban Sulai honey from the J&K, which is very special, and Banarasi silk from the Varanasi. So these products are GI tagged or cultural products that have been gifted to other foreign dignitaries. And how the questions can look like, they can be asking about the features of that art form, and then you need to map the right answer, or else they can be asking the product and the state, and you need to map the right product and the right answer. Moving to the next topic, which is about Jharkhand products getting GI tag. So there are few Jharkhand products which have been awarded or which have been given the GI tag. So what are those? Boya sari and fabric. So it is a traditional hand woven textile produced by the tribal community. Kuchai silk sari. It is also high quality tussar silk. One thing that we need to know is Jharkhand is one of the major producer for the tussar silk. And Dokra craft, Tumka chadar, Baroni painting. So these are the Munda jewelry, Jharkhand bamboo craft, tussar silk and saris, Jadapotia painting. So this is the Jadapotia painting, which is a scroll painting practiced by the Jadapotia community, and the Pancho sari and the fabric. So few the cultural elements in terms of textiles and the painting and the art or the jewelry have been given the GI tag product. Let's see how the question can be asking. They can ask you about the Dokra craft, giving multiple statements, and you need to identify the right answer. And the next topic is Vijayanagara inscriptions in Seshachalam forest. So Vijayanagara is a very important medieval kingdom in the southern India. So recently the Archaeological Survey of India has found 3 rare inscriptions in Sada Sivakona inside the Seshachalam forest in the Tirupati district. So it is those inscriptions were linked to Vijayanagara King Sadashivavarya, and they were written in Telugu, Tamil and the Kannada, respecting the language diversity at that time. And these inscriptions highlight the importance of 2nd century BC shrine Guddi Mallam, which is known as the India's first Shiva temple also. So this inscription gave the reference of the Guddi Mallam temple, which was in place from the 2nd century. Moving to the next topic, or the last topic of today's discussion, which is about Sushruta. So it is a rare achievement that Indian College of Surgeons of Edinburgh in Scotland has unveiled a statue honoring the Sushruta, the Indian physician who wrote a classical treatise on the surgery. So Sushruta is an ancient Indian physician believed to be living around 6th century in the Kasi or present Varanasi. He is called as father of surgery because he is a celebrated scholar of Ayurveda, particularly in the branch of surgery, and he has written Sushruta Samhita, which is one of the foundational 3 textbook of Ayurveda, other parts being Charaka Samhita and Ashtanga Hridaya. So he recorded 1120 illnesses and given details about medical plants and the medical procedures and the surgical instruments in the period of around 6th century only. So this is the importance of Sushruta Samhita, and let's see how questions can be asked. They can give you multiple statements about Sushruta and you need to identify right answer, or else they can give you multiple books and the subject matter of the books, and you need to identify the right answer. So this is the last article of today's session. I hope this session has given you an idea as in how to utilize these articles for your examination. Thanks everyone for attending it.